bitches. Good Sunday evening to all my bitches. What's up, everybody? I hope you've all had a much, much better weekend than I had. I know that 4 days ago was the deadline for all of you, or not all, but most of you, to get your taxes filed. And for us, it's in another 11 days. So I spent the weekend kind of working on that. That's never fun, right? Never fun, but whatever. You got to do what you got to do. So very, very stressed, and I need some rest and relaxation, otherwise known as R&R to some of you. And hopefully this is it. Hopefully this is it. We'll get some tonight. Would be nice. So let me just jump right on in and say hello to you all. Who is here tonight? Southern Comic Geek was here early. So it's Derek Neiman. Derek Neiman in the house. You still here? And who else do we have? Shaggy came in early. Look at that. Congratulating me on getting a page from Superman 75. Marcus, what up? What up? Hoping that I get a nice color frame for it. Why wouldn't I? What other kind of frame and mat would you get, you know, for black and white art? Other than color, of course. What's up, Tom? What's up? What's up? What's up? Bill, yesterday's news. What's going on there? I don't know. We even got the 62K page probably unboxing tonight. Nope. Mon Pa page because he's a Martha stan. But why'd she show up tonight? Did she revive the channel? Did she revive the channel? I don't know. You always have a reason for these out of the blue weird comments you make, Tom. So I'll wait for you to let me and everyone else know. If Mannix art is offered, don't know about that. I will not be offering any Mannix art though. But what's up, Rick? Good evening. Gotta say, Martha. Why you say that name? Why say Martha? Yeah, don't understand it. You're acting very strange tonight, Tom. I really know those pages should hit 15 million. Mark it down a lot. What? Jesus Christ, man. It's never enough. Never enough for some of you, right? Jesus. $10.2 million. Nope. Should have hit 15. And if it had hit 15, you'd be, it should have hit 20, man. The market's weak. What's up, Peter? We need players from outside the hobby to push those numbers higher. Who the hell do you think is buying that stuff? Aside from people outside the hobby. It certainly isn't anybody in the hobby. I mean, okay, maybe the three below 100,000 pages, maybe. What's up, Newell? What's up, Carl? Good to see you both. As either winners or underbidders. And some more hellos, more hellos, more hellos. And who else do we have? Hey, there's the hello. There's the most important one that counts. My lovely wife. Thank you, Vivian. And let me see. Look at that. Tom's the first to say hello. And oh dear. Let me see. Okay, more hellos back and forth. Tom, until you pop in, you need to stop trying to goad everyone else to pop in. How about that? Light outside the window. I mean, you know, the sun's going down over there. It's almost all the way down now. But yeah, you're seeing the last remnants of the sunlight as the sun goes down. You'll see the window look black, filled in black, in the next, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. The tax man done it indeed. Mark Vega, what's up, Mark? Good to see you as always. Appreciate it. There's another gentleman saying hello to lovely Vivian. Marcus, what a man. Tax on, tax off. Right on, man. There you go. John Brown in the house. Good evening to you. As always, happy Freaky Sunday. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And yes, little daylight. You don't have a tax preparer, or are you the sole tax preparer? I mean, Vivian and I do our own taxes, but using like online software. This year, for the first time in more than 2 decades, we switched software though. We used to use TurboTax all the time, but this year's TurboTax, they built it so that it only works on PCs using Windows 11, which sucks. And I wasn't about to change my computer just because of that. So I decided to go and try some other software. So we're using Wealth Simple this year. I don't know if you guys have that. Much simpler in the sense that they don't ask many questions the way TurboTax does, like in that initial interview. But it's easy to get used to, so I like it so far. Staying light out longer now. Yes, indeed, man. We're finally getting out of the cold winter. Although, just as I say that, we had 2 beautiful days yesterday where it was like in the 70s. And then I was like, okay, finally, the cold's over. And I spoke too soon. And today it's freezing again. Anyways. Can't do Castle Freak-Offs every week. That's right, you can't. A newbie in the house. A newbie. 6T, 4T bird, I'm going to say. Thunderbird? 6 Thunderbird? I don't know. What is up? Are you a collector? Tell us a little about yourself so we know who we're talking to. Everybody's friendly here. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate you not only coming in, but posting a message. Good afternoon from sunny Los Angeles. Wish I had your weather right now. But let us know how we should say your name. 6 Thunderbird? I don't know. Thunderbird? I don't know. Maybe it's not even anything like that. 624 TBRD? I don't know. Hey, Peter, a Peter Baker fan. What's up, Sean? Sean Clancy in the house. Peter, hello. There you go. Thank you, Peter. Always the first guy to say hello. Appreciate that. What's up, Jerome Lim in the house? Mark says, next week we're going to get our freak on again with the Castle Freak remake. Mark, don't scare people away. Nobody's definitely going to come back if they think we're going to do another Castle Freak review episode. I mean, listen, that Castle Freak episode we did, as you know, it was about half episode Castle Freak, and the other half was, comic art related, other stuff. But, some people, the rewind viewers, a lot of the rewind viewers, they don't read descriptions. They just look at the graphic and they're like, oh, what's this? Okay. The whole show is going to be about this weird movie. So I guess I'm not going to watch that one. They're missing out because we did talk about other stuff. But, hey, what are you going to do? I do my best. Spend all that time breaking up the show into chapters so those rewind viewers can actually have an easy time. All they got to do is look. If they look, then they would see, hey, there's different chapters. What are they all about? So much easier, right? Some people just can't be bothered to look, to do anything more than look at the graphic, right? Don't laugh. It's true. Just stopping by to register your like. Thank you, Cab. Appreciate it as always. Thank you. I was buying art on the show last night. Ah, got you. Tom, you should have asked her why the channel is alive, like it's there, but she made all the videos disappear. So my guess is she's trying to make a comeback at some point, maybe with only specifically like documentary style videos. That was like the best. I don't know. Who knows? Why else would you keep it alive but make everything else go invisible, right? I don't know. But Michael Ray is in the house. What's up, Michael? Good to see you as always. Thank you very much for being here. And look at that. Vivian saying hello to Cab. There we go. Right on. Yeah. That's what I hear. Maki Poo Poo. Hello. Look at that. Cab's still around. Well, at least this was many minutes ago. You're always messing around, but still, nobody takes his messing around, you know. It is what it is. It's goading. It's trying to goad people, right? Let's see. Hey, Tom. Hey, Vivian. Hey, do take care. Vivian, Chatter's had nice next comic pickups. What's up? Happy Sunday, Alberto. And I have to confess that I did not bid or win on any of those Superman pages. Confess time. Time to confess. Yes, sir. Who else do we have here? We got just more hellos. People in the hobby too busy buying Quintana. Apparently that stuff takes up a lot of your money. You know, doesn't leave much money for anything else, really. Let's see. The next Frazetta. You know you love it. Tom. Says I'm always busting his balls. Oh, the next Alex Raymond. Right. Rubén upgrading security system now. No. Pop Warner Comics. What up? What's going on? A newbie in the house. Must be a Superman fan. Alex Raymond sounds familiar, I think. Was he in the chat last night? Nice. Hey, hola, compañeros. Arriba. I think, is that racist? That's probably racist. I don't know. Everything that used to be like okay is now racist. So I don't know. Who knows? I used to love Speedy Gonzalez, but I guess he's probably racist. I don't know. Matt, you can tell me. What up, Matt? Good to see you. Another guy in LA. 80 degrees here in LA today. 2 new guys today coming into the studio. And the first guy, still waiting to see if he'll respond and tell us how we say his name. I'll call him Thunderbird until he corrects me otherwise. We got Pop Warner Comics. Both guys in LA, 80 degrees. Thanks for rubbing it in to guys like me up here, all the way up in Montreal. And hey, we got Mr. Virginia himself, Kenneth Bird in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. And look at that. Popsequentialism. Yes, indeed. Matt, do you have any opinions on this Superman art? Do you give a shit about this Superman art in any way, shape, or form? If you do, you're welcome to join me just to talk about it for that segment if you want. Up to you. Let me know, and if you do, I'll send you a link. Mr. Red Jack, good evening. Hope all is in good health and spirits this day. Same to you, Brian. Thank you. I got Tim Jury, who's been here before. What's up? And we got Jason Ladwig in the house. Can't stay long. Wanted to say hi and drop a like. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. And hit the like button. Catch you on the rewind. All right. See you later, Brian. And we got free legal advice. Not from me, that's for sure. Hi, Jason. Hey, Tom. Everybody's more hellos up and down the way. Castle Freak was a fun show. Glad you liked it. But you think all the shows are fun. Ironside is greater than Iron Man. All right. We got hello to Vivian from Maddie. Rick James needs to make a Castle Freak remake. According to Rick, that is. I do not want to see that. And who else we got? USS Constitution. Oh, that's to Marcus. And what else? What else? Good evening. Look at that. Pop Warner knows Marcus. And we got good evening to Miss Vivian, the lovely Brian. Hello, as always. I get it. Castle Freak is probably a show killer. Well, for a below average views for a hangout episode, just about to hit 400. One or two more views, and it'll be at 400. Solid. The more solid hangout episodes are 500 and above. So yeah, like I say, about 20% of the rewind audience tends to they want to get in and out quick, so they don't really pay too much attention. They look quickly at the thumbnail graphic, and if they see that it's just one theme on the graphic, they assume the entire show is about that. And then if that's not a topic they're interested in, they don't even try to watch, right? So they're missing out because they missed out on some pretty good other topics. But hey, what are you gonna do? I'm missing Ruben's mohawk cut. I'll get it back. I'll get it back for you, Tom. I'll get it back for you at some point. Let me see. We got Corey Rust in the house. What's up, Corey? MLB's back in the house. Had a good week. Immortan Bill acknowledged me. Marcus said he was just scanning the horizon, but he looked right at me. Congrats, man. Congrats. You accomplished something amazing, I think. What else we got? What else do we got? Hi at Pop Sequentialism. That's long to type, says Vivian. A lot of these guys have very long names. Yes, very crazy. And we got more hellos back and forth. MLB, cool. Marcus, hellos. Pop Warner, appreciate you always commenting. Marcus, you're a mensch. And let's see what else we got. Mike Dellery in the house. What up? Marcus, my wife is jealous of the TMNT piece you got, says Corey. Mike says, don't call it a comeback. You've been here for years. What's up? What's up? What's up? And who else we got? Nice wrong page with the torpedo, says Mark to Tom. Which one? Was that today? I already checked out the new editions today, at least for my followers. I mean, not my followers, the people I follow. And you must have posted it after I left my comments. Only making videos with Sticky Goose. Okay. Yamamoto T, greater than Yamato. All right, man. You guys laid down some great information for us. A bunch of turtles, I guess, or whatever those things are. From Marcus, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Good evening to you, Murdoch in the house. What's happening? Hey, Scott's in the house as well. What's happening, Scott? And we got Peter now speaking Spanish. Hola, compañeros, anda. I say that all the time when I want everyone to get going. Do you? I don't know. Maybe you're a racist too without knowing it. I don't know. We need to check it up on Google or something. Let me see. Scott Murdoch. Hey guys, what's up? From Tom, you're welcome. Popito. That might be racist. A lot of racism tonight. Superman lives. Jason stealing Cab's catchphrase. Then we got Rick saying, when I played football at recess in grade school, the other kids called me Speedy Gonzalez. Nice. You were a speedster, that meant, I don't know if you were the running back or just made tracks down the line on the left or right. But you must have been a speedster for them to call you that. All right. Maddie. And let's see. Oh, Scott saying hello to Peter now, of course. And we got, what else? Let's see. Matt always got opinions. Yes, yes. What about your political shows? I've never had political shows. Just one. Trump wants to take Canada for himself. And Mondo's in the house again. He's back. How much Marvel? Big auction week. Got Tuesday and Wednesday instead of just Wednesday. That's MLB. Mickey, I don't blame people for tuning out. I gave up on the live show. And there you go. What do you look if even Mickey abandons us, abandon all ye who enter. Let me see. So we're speaking about tortoises, and we got watch the YouTube shows on rewind. Got to limit my chat time. Spent when can. There you go. Yeah, that's that's it. Time is of the essence, peeps. Time is of the essence. Let me see. So what I'm gonna do here, let me take a moment here just to send a little message to my buddy Matty. All right. It's on its way to you, pal. It's on its way to you. Let's see. Now Mickey's going, hey, guys, I promised to stay tuned tonight. Are we supposed to be grateful now? Ever since you quit, and now it's just a rare night you're promising to stay tuned in for? Let me see. All right, says Pop Warner Comics. Hey, what the hell? What are you doing? Are you changing your avatar on the fly? What is that? That's not the avatar you had before. Let me see. What the hell are your other comments? You're logged in with two different accounts. One that just shows the P, and then one that shows what is impossible to really tell, but from that tiny image, it reminds me of like a Tony Harris drawing. What's up? You're tuned in with two accounts at the same time. You're wild. You are wild, baby. Missed one page I would have been on. Forget about auction. Got there too late. Okay, always giving us the scoop on what you're doing at the auctions. Uberman. Basketball talk forbidden. Hey, what's up, Philip? No, but nobody's really talking about it. And I don't know, is there anything to talk about? Sneakers bar tonight, because this is better than the game. There, that's why you're saying it. All right. Well, good to see you. Glad you found it more entertaining than the game. Bit on a few things, says MLB. Felt like it was just me and one other. Would have went extremely cheap if not for me. And it still went for a good deal. Congrats, man. Congrats. And Superman drink Coke or Pepsi? I don't think he drinks either. He likes to stay in shape, you know. Mickey says, I can't quit you. Sean says, I bet the show is delayed 5 seconds because I left this comment. Let me bring in my wonderful friend and yours. I don't want to like hog him just to me, you know.
I love it. Representing for Canada.
Yeah, baby, Rush. Woo! On tour, currently on tour.
Yep.
With Annika, the new drummer, while they tour.
Yep.
Maybe permanent, the way they're going, who knows.
It'll be interesting to see if they record a record, right? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have a feeling it's kind of maybe going that way. Like, just based on what they've said in interviews about her and how they feel about her, it's like, wow, man, they seem like re-energized to get back into it. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
I saw her play with Jeff Beck a few years ago here in Vegas. Oh, yeah. She was phenomenal.
When he was with the Jeff Beck crew. Wow. Yeah. That's cool, man. Cool. Awesome. Hey, man, so good to see you, dude. Like, yeah.
Great to see you.
Yeah.
Good day to be alive, I guess, you know?
What's that?
Good day to be alive.
Good day to be. Every day is a good day. Every day above ground, right? Is a good day to be alive. Yes, exactly. Sir. Yes, sir. Give me, I think I'm almost caught up. Just give me a little bit to catch everybody else here, and then we'll get right into it, man.
I'm not accessing the chat, so I'm going to rely upon what you highlight.
Yeah. Perfect. MLB says he drinks whatever company pays him the most. Superman wouldn't be like that. He's not going to take money for sponsorship deals. No.
Have they ever put him into, some kind of promotion like back in the 70s and stuff? I mean, I guess, Marvel had that deal with 7-Eleven where all their heroes appeared on slushy cups.
Yes, I think there was. It's like a vague memory, but I want to say that there was some connection to the DC trio, right? The Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and soft drinks, but I don't think like directly connected with a soft drink company necessarily, but maybe the same way that Marvel did it with 7-Eleven, some other kind of food conglomerate, maybe.
I think it was actually Pepsi.
Yeah.
And I think that it was because DC had a theme park deal with Six Flags at one point, and Six Flags had a deal with Pepsi. So in order for them to put the characters on the cups that they were serving at the kiosks at Six Flags, it had to be Pepsi, not Coke. Right. But I don't think there was ever any illustration or depiction of any of the Trinity drinking soda pop.
Okay, but you think you're not sure, right?
Yeah, like I don't think there's like a drawing of Superman with a straw, like drinking a soda of any stripe.
Yeah. What's up, Rich? Look at that, David Barr.
And Batman strikes me as a kombucha guy.
Kombucha guy. Batman or Superman?
Batman. Douchey billionaire drinking his kombucha.
That's funny. I'm going to stick to the fact that I believe Superman only drinks water, healthy, not tap water, but water,
Yeah. Maybe salt water gets him high. Who knows? He's Kryptonian.
That's true. Batman drinks Moxie. I don't know. You guys seem to know a lot more than I do, certainly. Glad I'm immune to nostalgia, says MLB. Don't give a rat's ass about Superman, Kirby, Ditko, etc. All right.
Damn.
All right. Immune, baby. Superman endorses raw milk from the udder. Ugh.
Well, I will say I've owned Kirby pages and I've owned Ditko pages, and I didn't hang on to them. I sold them. But the pages I had weren't from stuff that meant enough to me to keep them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's okay. I've had art by those guys as well. I also, like you, I don't have them anymore. So
if I had a Commandy title page, I don't know that I'd be able to give that up, from the Kirby run. I mean, there's a couple of things, and not just because they're nostalgic, although primarily because they're nostalgic. The right Fourth World page, I think, stands on its own because it was good storytelling and great art.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Taco Bell. I did a Taco Bell commercial for the Batmobile, of course. But I was thinking primarily about Superman.
You did a Taco Bell?
Yeah, when the Batmobile commercial for Batman and Robin movie. Yeah. Wait a second.
Oh, so you were already in your 20s at that point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I want to say, was that like 98 or something, or 97 or 98? It would have been like 20.
You mean Batman and Robin, the one that got the bad press because the
nipples? Yeah.
That's like 95.
And then I was like 24.
Yeah, wow. Yep. How come you never showed me that one? You showed me the video game once, but you never showed me
I've never sent you that one. I must have sent you that one. There's two versions. One has Michael Bacall. Michael Bacall is in one of them, and I'm in the other one.
Who else is in it?
Michael Bacall. We're each the heroes of the spots. Michael Bacall has a co-writing credit, I think, on the Fantastic Four movie. He also co-wrote a film. God, did he co-write Mysterious Skin? Like, he's got some indie creds. I used to see him at auditions all the time when we were younger, and he was actually one of the kids in the back seat of the car with Tobey Maguire in This Boy's Life with DiCaprio back in the day. I don't know if I have that link saved on this laptop, but I do have. If you go to my channel, I think I have Matt's appearances on other channels. I think I have that spot saved.
Really?
Yeah, on the Pop Sequentialism YouTube page. Yeah, which I haven't contributed anything to in probably 2.5 years.
Let me quickly check. I'll do pop sequentialism. And I love the drop down menu thinks I must be making a mistake, and they're giving me consequentialism.
Well, inconsequentialism is probably closer to what we're talking about here, but
so let me see. So what do you have? So you mean on playlists?
Yeah, and one of them is called Matt's appearances on other channels, and I think there's a link to the Taco Bell
so
commercial.
let me go in there. Oh God, you've got a lot though. Oh, this is oh my God, you've got so many. So let's see. What would be the thumbnail?
That's a good question. Let me take a look.
Would it be like a scene from the commercial, maybe?
Yeah, it's probably me like jumping up and down in a red jacket.
Okay, because I just found the one of the Super Nintendo ones.
That's definitely one of them.
And let me see.
I don't even know where to look on this.
You did a Citra commercial.
Yep, that was terrible.
Why do you have Coors beer with David Spade?
That's a pretty fun one. We shot that at the Coliseum, and it was being run for the World Series.
Oh, okay. Then you got a bunch of mine, and then you've got wow, La Luta Jesus Gallery stuff. And man, unless I missed it, I did not see.
Maybe it isn't linked. I apologize. Well, I'm sorry for that rabbit hole.
No, that's okay.
Oh, there we
go.
What's
going on?
Let me see here.
Oh, hold on. Whoa. Oh, what? Because I had it opened, and one of the the videos just started playing. But we don't really see you. You're not really seen in the Super Nintendo one.
Well, yeah, because I got a chainsaw and I'm cutting stuff down. And until I do the close up of blowing the sawdust off of the saw blade, which they wanted it to be running. And I'm like, I look over to my union rep and I'm like, dude, and he's like, drinking a soda and eating M&Ms. Are you okay with that? I'm like, no, I'm not fucking okay with that. I don't want to. It sounds like the unsafest thing ever. And then I was like, and besides, you can't sit sawdust on top of a moving saw blade. They're like, oh yeah, you're right.
Too late.
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't link it. That's funny. I didn't link that.
Well, let me.
Donald.
Are you okay if I actually play something?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Matt has an interesting past, says Stanley, your favorite fan.
That's for sure. The PlayStation one's really good. The PlayStation is that won a Directors Guild Award.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, that was Rocky and Annabelle.
Show the short that Senescence posted this week. No, you do that on your channel. Yeah, Marcus was spilling the beans. They wanted Matt to be topless too, and the union rep agreed.
Not if they want anybody to buy their products.
Talk about Superman the movie was great. Huh? Taco Bell Superman the movie phone?
I bet that auto corrected from talking about to Taco Bell because they're listening to us.
Yeah, really. Okay, let me share the screen, everybody. Maybe you see something fun here. Share screen. And let's see. We'll do the Citra first.
Ooh, I may need some alcohol for this.
Okay. Let's bring this in. All right, everybody. You ready to see this Citra commercial that Matt was featured in? Let's do it.
So Amy Smart's in this as well.
Amy Smart?
Yep. There I am in the middle. The maroon shirt.
It's about the quality sucks, man.
Yeah, it's dog shit.
Let's face it, spending a day.
So you see I'm the first person in the thing. I was supposed to be the hero of the spot, but the makeup lady used the same sponge on everybody, and I got pink eye.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh wow.
But yeah, the blonde girl was Amy Smart.
Oh.
Devices.
it's like impossible to tell just because it's so blurry, you know?
Yeah.
But let me just do one more. The Coors beer, is that a good one?
Of course, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Let us watch
the PlayStation one is the best, I think, of all of them.
Which one?
The Sony PlayStation.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Nintendo ain't bad, I guess. Nintendo makes me look all tough.
All right, here we go, everyone. Let me play this one. 30-second spot.
Hey boys, this one's beer only. Cotton Candy Land's over there.
Hey, we're over 21.
Oh, come on, it's me. You know you can get in big trouble for this. Hello, Mom, Dad. Guess where we're calling from? No, not the prom. Jail. Plus, Pigpen here doesn't like it when you hold up the beer line.
We're legal.
Easy, Pigpen. Oh my gosh, his name really is Pigpen.
That's funny. Too bad they didn't give you the one line. They gave it to the other guy. You know, it's like that sucks. Yeah. But hey, by the way, David Spade, is he 4'9"? What's up with that?
He's a little bit taller than me. I think he might have been 5'8".
From that angle, he looked shorter than you. No.
Well, no, I mean, because he's across from us, and he's a really slightly taller than me. So I think he might have been like 5'7", 5'8". And but man, like he must have forgotten he was wired, because he was like, oh, that girl, like he was talking mad about every girl on the set, like a total, like, you know, for lack of a better word, like a pussy hound. Like he was like all about it. Yeah. And it's kind of immediate. What's that? Matt got sponged off.
It got sponged off. There was more to that shit than we realized.
Well, that's definitely true. That's always true. But he was very, you know, personable, and his stand-in was a super nice guy, and we spent more time around the stand-in than we did around David.
Man, but, they even have stand-ins just for 30-second spots.
Yep. Because they're just, you know, for lighting, you know, like.
Oh yeah, right. Still.
Yeah.
Like, God forbid you can't stand there while we do the lighting. You didn't get it right, you know.
I know.
You're a big star, so you better take a rest. Go sit over there.
I think with him it would probably be better off, because I don't think he would have stood still, you know, for the lighting. Like he's kind of animated. Yeah, that's true too. Housekeeping.
He wasn't sponge worthy.
Nope.
Awesome, Matt.
I don't know. Awesome was, but thank you, David. Paid my bills. I'll tell you that. Paid my bills that year.
Oh man, that's funny. All right, guys. Let's get into this. For those of you who came in a little bit later tonight, anytime after 39 minutes ago when I went live, just want to remind you that the main topic, not the only one, hopefully, but the main one I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about is this. The $10.2 million in cumulative sales on all the 20, I think it was 5 total available pieces from the Death of Superman.
Were 2 of them double page splashes?
Yeah, I think 2 were DPSs. Yep, I think two were double. Oh, sorry. So one of them is is
it a triple? Is it like a fold out?
Right. So I only read it through the trade paperback format.
Right.
So I don't know how the comic itself, I don't know how it goes, because one of them is sold as a triple gatefold.
It's a fold out. I remember it from the original published comic that it was a DPS with an extra fold out page. And then I think on the back of that fold out page might have been nothing, which is a weird use of real estate, you know. Like
this is why I want to tell you, because I don't know how it goes, because the triple gatefold are numbered 25, 27, 28, and then there's a loose page number 26, the one that you would find missing right in that sequence, and 26 stood on its own.
Yeah,
I was like, how did that work? Like, how did that sequentially go in the comic book? Because when I took the scans. I opened up the gatefold, right?
It's the back of the gatefold. because it would go this page, then you would see that, and then you open it up, and it's those other two on the inside of it.
Okay, but why is it that I opened up the
weird numbering, weird way to do it,
right? So I opened up the gatefold scan, and I opened up the page 26, right? The one that's out of sequence, whatever, in the numbering from 25 to 28.
Yeah.
And when you lay over that single one, 26, over a part of the triple gatefold, it does line up in the background, but it doesn't line up with everything.
Right.
So that's why I'm like, what did this look like in the comic book? It's just
So it would have been. I mean, it's hard to do with just my hands, right? But so like you have a regular comic book, and then there's this other page right here that folds over. So now when you look at it from the other side, it's like, here's a page here that matches this page, or this page here. So when that folds out, it makes sense that it's within the same sequence. It's not after, because the reveal on the inside of that page is dead Superman. So like they didn't want to ruin it, I guess, but they knew it was going to be a longer page. So that extra page that is the fold over, which you see before it reveals the death of Superman, matches with the beginning of that opening page, almost like a foreground image.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it.
It's an interesting way of conveying,
baby,
motion and movement. Not 100% successful, but I can tell why they did it. And it's not, it didn't completely upset the sequence.
Excellent. Well, thank you for explaining that. Seymour Slots back in the house says it's almost like it extends the sequence.
The staging of the sequence.
Okay. And Alberto says, come on, Ruben, you should have bought the comic just to do your prep for today's show. Oh, screw that. Who needs that crap? No, Tom's exactly, Alberto. Anyways, so what I thought we'd do, Matt, is what I was going to do when I had nobody with me. I was just going to go through it in order of how they sold from least expensive to the most expensive.
Did they auction them in order, like in page sequence?
I believe it went through page order.
Yeah.
But I think that's how
instead of most demandable page or least demandable page. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess a fair way to do it.
But I wanted to show it from least expensive to most expensive simply because when I was looking at them, one by one in that order, it helped me to kind of go like, I get to a certain one and I'm like, oh, interesting. At that price, I would rather maybe go and get, let's go back two pieces. I think I'd rather have that one,
So it's going to bring into consideration like the excitement of the auction, the missing out on a better piece, which may push the price on the next piece up. But also what's going to be fascinating for anybody who didn't watch the auction, and I didn't watch the auction, is when you have $10.2 million, what's the cheap piece? What's the low man on that totem pole when it combines to $10.2 million? Like, that's going to be interesting. And we're going to start off with a number, and it's either going to blow people's minds that that's the lowest, or they're going to be like, oh, that seems all right.
Yeah. Well, look, Corey's already, chiming in saying, oh, the parents page with Superman on TV dead seemed cheap to me. I had thoughts about that myself, Corey, when I was going through it. We'll see how I feel as we go through it again. Rick says that I bought the Castle Freak, meaning me. He's saying that Ruben bought the Castle Freak VHS tape in preparation for last week's show.
With the little full moon logo on the corner in the back.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to keep this view because the way that I've got the scans uploaded, they're going to appear right dead center. So I think this way, since we're smaller like this, we should still be visible. And if we're not, move a little to the side and should be okay like that, Stanley asking, are these good investment pieces? Hey, why don't you look at them? We'll talk about
know in 5 years, right?
Yeah, we'll find out.
10 years.
We'll find out in this many or this many years. Oh, we may find out in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. You don't know, right?
You may find out in September at the summit.
Right. There you go. Hey. So yeah, who knows, man? So yeah, did Ruben or Matt try to win any of the pages? Well, according to people in the chat earlier in the show. Apparently, I won a page. Apparently, according to people in the chat. Make up your own minds. How about that? Mark says all the pages will show up on.
Ruben hasn't put in the new Brink security system, so he's not willing to say if he's picked up any of the pieces in this auction.
That's it. That's it. So even if I did, I'd have to say no for now, anyways.
Now, before we get into this too, I want to bring up a funny thing. I don't know if anybody saw it, and I ended up sharing it a little while ago. And it's an old video of Harlan Ellison talking about the Death of Superman comic, and he's like, this is bullshit. He's like, oh yeah, let me show you how many times Superman has died in comic books, and it was like hundreds of times, or dozens of times, and of course this wound up being no more valid than any of those other deaths of Superman and prior. And I have a funny feeling that this auction is going to push up the price on all those prior quote unquote Death of Superman covers from Action and Superman over the years, going back to the Julius Schwartz days in the
yeah. I mean, it would make sense, obviously. To what degree? Who knows? Whatever.
But I think that will be the biggest impact. I honestly think that that's the only real impact. I don't think it's going to really affect the price of other Superman pages by those artists too tremendously. The way that Mike Zeck's price point kind of took a little bump after the Secret Wars page. But again, like Mike Zeck's artwork in the long run hasn't really taken that big of a tip, even though that page was so expensive. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I mean, it does absolutely represent a cultural phenomenon, right? Like this was the one death of Superman that meant anything to anybody in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you keep in mind that honestly, apart from the late 30s and into the 40s, maybe into the 50s, I can't remember, but like certainly in the 70s, by the 70s and into the 80s, Superman, honestly, Superman, Batman, Detective, Wonder Woman, all of their titles were selling dog shit. Okay.
Yeah.
And obviously they kept it going because the IP had value, but that's basically it, but they weren't selling many comics stories, they just weren't making good stories, right? That would be evergreen type stuff, right?
Like and the good stuff, the good stuff at DC Comics during this era, just to kind of bring people up to speed historically. I mean, the Alan Moore Swamp Thing run was in it had just, I believe, ended and Watchmen had come out. So like there was a new kind of high watermark set for comics at DC, not at Marvel, but at DC, like that they were the best comics ever written and ever published were being considered these DC comics. None of them really, you could say Dark Knight would have been in there and among there. And historically, I think that's true. I don't think it's held up, but that there was this other thing happening. And so executives at DC might have been like, we have this flagship character and nobody cares about him.
Right.
How do we make people care? But again, that comes after the Alan Moore killing off Superman in Action and Superman comics years before, whatever happened to the Cape Cruise or whatever happened to the Son of Krypton. That was years earlier.
Years earlier than what?
Than this Death of Superman. This was this was after they rebuilt it. They started with all this goodwill. Like they end the prior, Bronze Age and Copper Age with those two issues. And then John Byrne relaunches the character, this beloved writer. People were reading Man of Steel. People were reading Superman again. Hey, and for the first 10 issues, it was great. And then no one gave a shit again.
No, that's not true. After Crisis, when Byrne relaunched it, obviously, Byrne was still top of his game, super popular, the most popular guy of the 80s. So everybody was reading the Superman titles. Obviously, he leaves. Back in those days, everybody followed artists, not writers, other than Alan Moore. And I'm
going to disagree. I'm going to say that in those days, people were following the writers, but John Byrne had already established himself as an artist writer.
Well, yeah,
and that's why this was exciting.
Yes. But I will say, I got to tell you, at a certain point, even after he left, no joke, my memory, what they were doing, they started intertwining the 4 titles. So they were like, you could read them separately if you wanted to, but certain, background stuff that would happen with the supporting characters and whatnot, that sort of continued into the other titles and stuff. So they were like loosely tied in. And I got to say, for a few years, pre-death, so the death was in 92.
Yeah.
So I would say for 2 to 3 years before the death, the Superman comics as a whole, the Superman,
they were good. They were decent.
They were probably my favorite comics to read. It was
those Wonder Womans were good. The Wonder Womans were good at that point.
Yeah, a lot of that post crisis stuff was really entertaining, right?
The Batman and the Detective comics were consistent. Like there was a really long run where you had Doug Mensch and a couple other writers staying on the title for long runs. And then over at Marvel, you had Marvel doing really interesting things with the various Spider-Man titles, but they didn't have superstar artists yet. Like it wasn't McFarlane. I don't think was on the title at that point in the late 80s. When Byrne takes over Superman. So it's kind of interesting. Like you see, I think if you were to compare all stories to each other, the way they were written, not the way they've impacted us over the years. Obviously, the death of Gwen Stacy, huge thing. Read that comic. It's not very spectacularly written. But when you go back and read The Death of Kraven the Hunter, amazingly well written. When you go back and read, the Sin Eater, the 4 issues of Sin Eater that tied through the issues, the death of Jean DeWolf, really incredibly well written. When you go back and you read, the issues after that, where it's like Spider-Man ends up in a mental institution. It's like, those are really, really well written stories. And so that's kind of an interesting thing was happening in comics where the middle line was pretty high. And I think we got that again in the early 2000s. Where you had the launch of the Ultimates line and all that stuff happening, and Thor being written by Straczynski, coming out of Fantastic Four. But it seems it jumps like 20 years, right, or 15 years.
Yeah, it's like every sort of half generation they kind of reboot and re-energize certain titles and stuff.
Yeah,
so, but I would say honestly, not that I've read the entire history of Superman, but I would say just from what I have read post-crisis and, given what I have read pre-crisis from some 60s and 70s stuff, I would say the post-crisis Superman stuff.
Best written stuff.
Yeah, of all time. All time.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. But I got to say, too, that when I go back and read some of the really silly stuff from the late 60s and early 70s, there's almost this Freudian aspect that you can read it at and be like, is this like actually way more serious than we thought it was? Like, are they using comedy as a way of like almost induction? Like those stories are so insane that they're way more fun to read like after 40 than they were to read it at 12.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so before we get into this, and Peter, he may be here later, but he's really exhausted. He wanted to be here and maybe even come in and talk about it with me, but we may not see him tonight. But if we do, he may be much later.
And if anybody saw Carl at OAX, what a nice business card!
Really?
Yeah, like a metal business card, like impressive.
Carl Sodergren?
Oh, I was thinking Carl Choi.
Oh, you're talking about Carl Choi?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're talking about Carl Sodergren.
Oh, sorry.
So Nikki was just here. Maybe he still is. Good timing.
Nikki picked up that Julia Schwartz cover with all the signatures on it. Like it's mental.
Oh, he ended up getting that from
150. Yeah.
From Michael.
Yeah. What's funny is like, Colleen Doran launched a suit after Julia Schwartz. And when you look at, she's signed right up top. She's like, be good.
Oh, yeah.
Doran, which is almost like, like on the page, which represents both the good and the bad of Julia Schwartz, because apparently he was very handsy and not the greatest of people to the women in the office. But, as an industry legend, he's an industry legend. So you get both on the same page. I think that's kind of cool.
No, listen, when it first hit the market, I wanted to get it. And I just, it was weird because it was like, I love the fact that it was Julius Schwartz on the cover, right? A comic book version of him with hundreds of signatures. To me, that's what a memento to have of,
it's history. It's 60 years of comics on one page.
Exactly. DC history. It was so cool, and yeah, whatever. And I think I don't know if Michael got it after somebody else. I think somebody else got it first, and then he acquired it afterwards. And then
you got Ben Bova, you've got like all the science fiction authors, Ray Bradbury, the people that Julie worked with after he left DC. So, his career at DC by itself, I think, is like something like 42 years. And then like when you bring into the fact that he had started working in comics before he was at DC and he continued his career afterwards, it's talking about like a 60-year career in the industry, which is a hard record for anybody to beat, like of actually doing work.
Oh, for sure.
You could Stan Lee was in the business forever. What the fuck was he doing? Like, signing autographs for a bunch of yokels.
Absolutely. So so I wish I had gotten it way back when. That would have been so cool to keep as a, that would have been one of my last remaining keepers, even after selling off the collection kind of thing, Yeah, that'd be so cool. So Nick,
I'm glad Nick got it. It would never have been a piece that I would have wanted, but I respect what it is. And it represents a lot of different things on a lot of different levels. And it's almost a unique thing in this hobby. Like to have something like that. Like I can't think of anything else, a single page that has that much importance connected to it.
Yeah. Okay, so everybody, speaking of Nikki, real quick, just to let you know that this Friday at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, he's going to have his usual episode of the EXP, the Original Art Experience.
Bangers in this one.
And the one coming?
Yeah.
Okay, so Nikki, in case you're watching or you watch it after, I want you to know I was way too busy and behind on getting my show ready tonight. I only saw your email a few minutes before I had to go live. I want you to know, Nikki, you gave me 3 pieces of art to show everybody here tonight. Something bad happened. There was no pieces attached, and there was just hundreds of lines of HTML code in the email. So I don't have anything to show.
Who doesn't love a puzzle?
Exactly. But I still gonna tell everybody what the show is about this coming. Well, not what it's about, but obviously there's gonna be art for sale as always, everyone. And Nick wants me to tell you all that he is going to be giving away $1,000 cumulative in giveaways. Okay, so $1,000 worth of giveaways. And if he happens to get 100 people, if they hit 100, now I don't think that's average. I'm assuming as long as it hits 100.
I've seen it get to 114.
Yeah, exactly. If it peaks at 100 and he gets 80 likes as well, he'll give away an extra 500. So it'll be a total of $1,500 worth of giveaways. So sounds like tons of giveaways, tons of fun, and
lots of incentive.
That usually brings in the people. So let's see if it happens. Be sure to go check it out.
I think this is Marcus's week. I think Marcus is going to win one of the contests this week.
Well, let's see. Well, let me
Reskin predicts.
Before I forget, everybody, there is, for those of you who do not have a subscription to the channel, and if you don't, you probably should. But there's a direct link. You can click that, and if you want to just maybe bookmark it or something, that will be the show. And with the $1,000 minimum of giveaways and potentially as high as $1,500. So please do check that out. And Mondo says $1,500 of giveaways. Wow. That's like a week's pay without having to do anything.
Well, you'd have to win them all to get the $1,500.
Yeah, you would have to win them all, and he wouldn't let you win them all. So
yeah.
It'll be a bunch of different people winning. So that should be fun. And 1,500 wholesale. Who the fuck? Like, who knows? What are you talking? Who cares? Like, it's
well, honestly, I mean, the way that Nick prices stuff, wholesale.
I don't know.
I mean, his prices are pretty damn good.
MSRP. as he often loves to say, MSRP. The price is right prices. I don't know, MLB. Check it out. If you have time, check it out and see and find out for yourself, you know. Listen, those kinds of shows, everybody shows up. A lot more people than usual because they want to get the freebies. So try if you can. You know, why not? But that's it. All right. Nobody else did videos today, so that's that. And let me now queue up my scans for the Superman art that we can talk about. And yeah. And we don't even have to talk about them all. I can just kind of, you know, you make quick little comments about each page, go to the next one, you know, and then go to the next one, and then just talk after that. And we have to, we have to start again. We'll start again, whatever people want to talk about. But yeah, so again, everybody, remember this is from the lowest price page, and in order going as they get ever higher until the highest price piece. Okay, so the first piece that was sold. So for the lowest amount paid of any of these Death of Superman pages is this one. Okay, and understandably, right? It's basically a shot in the middle of Manhattan, or I guess Metropolis. You know, you got really just not much going on. The funny thing is, though, and not that this really adds value, but Superman and Doomsday are actually there, but they're so damn tiny, you can't recognize them as them, really, right? They're at the bottom. If you see at the bottom, going from left to right, you see this straight line, and it's because that's Superman, you know, flying and slamming into Doomsday against that bus or truck or whatever that vehicle is.
What this is a Daily Planet page, a Daily Planet splash, because you can see the reflection on the news screen, which I guess is supposed to be like a Manhattan-esque thing on the lower or the mid-right. You can see the Daily Planet. Interestingly, is that reversed or is it not reversed?
What do you mean reversed? No.
Can you read Daily Planet straight from that? Like it's too small. I can't see.
Oh, yeah, too small. I can't really.
Because it should be reversed. that would be a continuity error if it's not reversed. Or we're watching a TV screen, which is probably the case, and then that's fine.
Yeah, and let me say that this one is $41,400. Everybody.
Wow.
$41,400. The lowest.
The basement.
Yeah, that was the barrier to entry. You had to break at least $41,400. So
something tells me the next step up is a pretty big step up.
Yeah, and this is, for anybody, I know you're not going to remember all this info, guys, but that's why we can always go back and forth. But this is page 10 of the issue. All right, so the next step up is this one. And that is the page that Carl Sonnergan was saying last week that he wishes he would like to have gotten because he loves, the hell's his name again?
Black Lightning?
No, that's not him. No. Just some lame-ass character from Justice League at that time. I don't know. One of these guys will tell us who it is. Let's see. Well, hold on. First, let's see what these guys say. What a steal. These guys are saying, Maki Pupu, what a steal.
I think he's being ironic.
My problem has been I always have a jack of all trades. I have dozens and dozens of hobbies. Well, there you go. I haven't read tons of comics. There you go. Too many hobbies. So Stanley thinks it's overpriced, should be half that. Like, what does that even mean, Stanley? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, if we've already established that the price of entry is
like
40
plus
thousand, yeah, I mean, that's apropos of nothing. But what I would say, what we can say, because we can judge, right? Like, we can't say things like that, but we can judge. And I would say that at least this page, and to your point, it's like if you're someone who loves that character, that's the most important appearance of that character in comics ever.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is Bloodwind. Yeah, thank you. Also, Southern.
Would have been able to pick him in a lineup.
Bloodwind, everybody. So it's technically, I guess, a splash with Bloodwind, Ice, also Ice. Don't forget Ice. But yeah, it's just people standing around. And man, it's by the way, this is everybody. This is page 24, so obviously near the end of the story.
I mean, you can see people crying, so we're getting a hint of what's happened in this page.
Yes.
So you're getting a reaction to the death of Superman in this page.
Yes.
Which is...
And so for getting a couple of Justice League characters and some just citizens of Metropolis here standing around looking at what happened, the barrier to entry here was an extra $10K. This one, you had to pay $51,750.
Now, let me ask this of the chat. Do you think the fact this is from the era where the word balloons are directly on the page impacts the price on this by a lot? Like, how much?
It's the era, but there's nothing wrong with them. So I don't think anything.
No, but what I'm saying is that the word balloons tell you a lot more about what's happening than if this had been a modern day page with just the artwork. Like, now you can really, because of what's written on that page, you can connect this to the death of Superman. Whereas without the actual word balloons on the page, it's just, it's almost inconsequential.
Peter's asking, are these pages hold for the gold type art? What do you think, Peter?
That's a pretty high price, but who knows? What's the dollar worth? Like if we hit into any kind of mega inflation, then these are hard assets that are going to be more valuable than the dollar. So anything that you have could change. We have to think about other aspects of the economy than just the microeconomy of artwork versus artwork. Now, I would say, will this hold up as much as anything else under those circumstances? It's not Bloodwind's first appearance, but it's. We'll see. It's going to take until this goes up for sale to tell whether or not it was a good decision or a bad decision. I think that Ruben would agree that we would say selling this in under 5 years is probably a very, 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 very bad strategy.
Well, certainly if the strategy is to sell it at auction.
For more money. Yes.
No.
At auction. Not someone offering you money out of pocket. Yeah.
Right. Because, if you try to sell it, if this guy tries to sell it next week and he's just trying to, post it with a fixed price, well, he's got nothing to lose, right? So it's no problem there, Yeah.
And he may find the Bloodwind fan that has more money than sense that will take it off his hands at a slight premium.
Marcus, have you or have you not watched Fried Green Tomatoes yet, man?
Not a sad movie.
About it and watch it. It's awesome.
We're younger and faster. Smash. I'm older and better insured.
All right. So you think we'll see a few in HA soon? No, I'd be surprised. I don't expect to see this stuff. It's just
I will say that if it's the right page, HA would want it. They would guarantee it, and they would want to have it in an auction just to get eyes on the piece. He said a few. I don't think we're going to see a few. I think it's possible we could see one within the next year, but it's got to be the right one.
Who said that?
Just speaking to what I think Peter had written that, a few of these will probably pop up on
HA.
I
see. Yeah.
I think that there is potential for maybe one, maybe two within the next calendar year.
Okay.
But it would have to be the bangers. It would have to be like absolute top tier. And they could probably catch somebody who is like, I didn't even know about this. I have more money than God. I want it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I was thinking of you, Newell. I was thinking of you when they said this. I was like, it's that level of obsession. It doesn't matter what the character is. In a way, you have a kind of you have it better than the rest of us. Like if you're only collecting an obscure character with less competition, then you get to expand your collection out much faster than if you're collecting somebody that is collected by a lot of people. So, you're smarter than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Maybe this Bloodwind guy is too. Who knows?
He's got fans. Like I said, Carl Sodergren liked him. He was saying he would like to have had it. Like you would never pay that money, whatever. But there's fans, right? So.
And Newell posted a couple of really great videos about OAX recently. I want to point out.
Yes. Oh, did the second one come out?
I think so.
That would have been today then, because I didn't see anything when I checked earlier today. But don't corner the market. I am the market. Marcus wrote that if you will show up on Heritage.
Marcus wrote it. Sorry, Peter.
Right.
I didn't mean it as slander.
All right. Let us go to the next one, folks. No, part 2 is not out yet. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I knew it was happening.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, look at that. Hold on. Nick is popping in saying, I was asked to send you the images to show. So if you have a moment. Yeah, I would have to save it, and there's no time for that now, Nick. Like I said, I did a whole promo for you, though.
Yep. And I hyped it too, Nick. I was like, bunch of bangers coming.
Yeah. But just so you know, let me see. Yeah, no, Nick, there's nothing showing for me but the gibberish. But anyways, we got to keep it rolling, pal. We got to keep it rolling. We are, like I said, we hyped it up. We hyped it up good. Let me see. I'll take a look after to see if maybe there's something else showing. I don't know. But let's keep this rolling, everybody, and go to the third one. So this one was, remember, this one was page 24, and it sold for $51,750. This next
one interesting thing about that, one interesting thing about it being page 24 is that signifies that it is a bigger than regular issue in its era.
Yeah, well, sure. Yeah. Like I said, it's about, I guess it ends with the triple gatefold, maybe? I don't know, but it's at least 28 pages because it ends.
Yeah, I think there's more than that. I think it's like 32 pages.
Maybe.
Might even be 36.
Maybe we'll find out. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. The next page. All right. So here we go again. It's almost like this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except the helicopter is a close up. It takes up, basically the whole.
You can see the S. You can see the S on the chest. I mean, that's
at least at least he's there. He is there,
yeah.
Carrying the helicopter.
I mean, I would say that adds a 25% premium at least onto the price of that other page.
So this one again was 41,000. This one is 62,000.
Not 20.
Yeah.
50. Yeah.
50 actually.
Rate of increase.
Yeah. You're going from 41 to 61. It's close to 50.
Oh yeah, that's
it's around 50.
Oh Jesus, yeah, you're right. A 50% rate of increase, yeah, which is a 25% more, 22% more. So a lot of different metrics you can use in comparing data, but I like that method better. Better by half, we'll say. Better by half. That's an easy parlance.
That's it. Let me see. These guys are making word balloons. Marcus, just the fact that there would be no competition from other pages from the same book will make it enticing to flip. Maybe we'll see. It's got
to be the right pages. It has to be the bomb ass pages, and those I could see going from more in a short period of time from a buyer that missed the auction. I mean, I was bidding at Comic Link that day and won a bunch of stuff.
Nick says that my computer doesn't like my email. his emails. No, the attachments always show up. I don't remember that not happening.
It got corrupted. It was corrupted
because he's a corrupt guy. That's why.
What?
Yeah, Dan and Brett each kept the page. So so there it's not. It's I believe it's like a 28-page story. Anyways, we'll see.
Okay.
Forgot about this one. Ruben's computer is a crazy. Okay.
Like Zaxxon. Remember Zaxxon, where they would come in and you had to like position the joystick right enough to get over the 3-dimension.
As a kid, I called it Zaxxon.
Yep, Zaxxon. Well, Zaxxon, sure.
Wax on.
Yeah, that's clearly the better buy. By standard definitions, right?
Definitely. So I think again, since we're going in order, right? I think if we start with the first one we showed, right, as the base, right,
Yeah.
Because it's probably the, to most people, the least interesting content.
But the 10th page to sell.
Yes, exactly. But I would say, price-wise, that, if that one had to take $41,000, then I would say, it's fair that to get Superman at, 1/3 size-ish, 30%, whatever you want to call it.
What page number is this?
This page is page 5.
So this sold 5 pages before that other page.
Yes, because this was page 10, right?
I mean, we don't know which ones they saved, but we'll assume that they saved. Well, maybe they saved the title page and the last page. Who knows?
But it seems fair to me that this one should be 50% more than that other one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If we accept $40,000 as a reasonable entry point, then that makes total sense. If we don't, then we're completely off the map. But I think that comparatively, and we know how expensive this is going to get, that this is going to look like a bargain by the time we reach the end.
Let me see. Okay. Yes. All right. So let us go. Peter says TV helicopter, not a war page. Thank goodness.
Speaking of which, Peter, I have to have a conversation with you about an auction that's coming up later in the month. We have to work out a non-competition agreement.
Nice. Tom wants a Thanos copter page. Oh boy.
Not the Spidey.
Many years ago, there was one posted from Spidey Super Stories with the Thanos copter. That was hilarious. You should bug that guy. Go and find it, Tom, and bug that guy. See if he'll sell it to you. Make him an offer, man. Let me see. Okay, so we'll go to the next one. So this is 62 or 61, whatever-ish, everybody. And so then we go, the next highest one was 78. So it suddenly jumps by 16,000 more. And this is the one that I believe Corey was talking about. Check this out. So Mon Pa Kent, and I agree. So yes, at first glance, people may certainly think, how much is Mon Pa? Large, it's a splash, but it's just them, large, whatever.
Can you zoom in on the TV set?
No,
I can't.
No, it doesn't do that.
Sorry.
But I can tell you it's the classic sort of death of Superman scene on the TV set, right? Very small, right? But it's there. The point is it's there, Hey, where'd you go?
I was leaning in to look. It would have been weird for my face to be gigantic on the screen, but I leaned in to see it.
But yeah, I have to say that, given what the others have gone for, and this is the third of only 3 pages that stayed below $100,000, and it's got the death scene, small or not, the death scene as they watched him on television with the classic death scene.
Reference within the same issue that it is.
From the issue it's from, right, where that happened. Yeah. To me, it seems like if these pages ever did resell, this one, if anyone
has great potential to sell more. Potential. As a sort of no prize, right? Like as a kind of runner-up. Now, I do have a problem with this, and that is that nobody would put a waterable plant above a television set, and I have no idea why they chose to put a plant there.
The plant at the top, you mean?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the plant up there?
No one puts a plant above a TV set.
Yeah, look how much higher it up that.
Yeah, but you can water it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but a lot of people put them high. You see people have to get on stools and
stuff. Not on a shelf. Maybe on like one of those like hang from the ceiling spider plant deals. That's weird. It's strange.
Hey, if that's the worst you can complain about on this page, it's a pretty decent page,
Can you make out the photo on the shelf? Is that supposed to be like Clark as a little boy or something?
Can you
make it out? If you can make it out, that makes it even better.
It looks like it's one person though, so I'm thinking it's just Clark.
Yeah.
So
if it's Clark as Superboy, then you've got Clark as Superboy, you get Dead Superman, you get Mom, Pa Kent.
Yeah. Look, Corey says that it was the steal of steals for him.
He's probably right. This may be the one that we know already that it's very low in the totem pole for its resale price. But I guess this is pretty obviously a better page than the page of Superman in action in that issue because of the fact that it's only the second referential page to the death picture therein.
Yep. And like Marcus says, it's the mini money shot. Yeah.
It's a mini money shot.
I admit, I would rather pay whatever 78,000 for this one and own this one than the giant helicopter with Superman underneath it or whatever. Yeah,
it's also very compositionally interesting considering that it's a straight-on shot.
Yeah.
That you have so much shadow because, of course, they're being lit by the television set, which tells you that it's a different time in Indiana than it is in Metropolis. And you get those beautiful curtains in the background.
Everybody wants you to know it's a plastic plant, man.
You think Ma Kent has a plastic plant on her shelf in Indiana?
Everybody's saying the same thing, though. A bunch of guys are saying it's plastic. It's fake.
Doesn't really look like a succulent. Sorry, guys. And
Tom's with you, though. Tom's with you, Matt. He doesn't believe Ma Kent.
No way Ma Kent's got a plastic plant above her TV set. I mean, she was not trained by the Black Cat and Feng Shui, but she knows plastic plants are bad juju.
David loves your observation about the plant, though.
Thank you, David.
I'd rather have 78 Mannix. Okay. It's just like every Mannix. End of the story. Matt learned directing from the Citra commercials.
No, learned how to take direction. No, I'm kidding.
For me, Cab is back. He can stay a little bit, so I'm going to take his comment. He says, for me, this page is... right. It's how important...
a lot of other things.
Yes, of course. How important is it to you, right?
Yeah, and he didn't stay dead. So it's, at the end of the day, it's not really the death of Superman. Now, is it? You know?
No, exactly. Matt, you're the Christopher Nolan of comic art.
Oh, thank you.
Says
I don't know. I hope that's a compliment.
I took it as such.
Yes.
You know,
I will. I shall too.
In a way, we are all Martha, says Marcus.
Yeah, I got no plastic plants.
But okay, so let's go to the next one, everybody, and let's see what else goes. So here's where we start to really jump, right? Because that's the best you're going to get for less than $100,000.
Wow.
And suddenly, this next one is page 12. Okay, 2 pages after the first one we showed, just the
Daily Planet one.
Aerial shot of Metropolis.
Yep.
And this one is 105,800.
So you're talking about almost $30,000 more, right?
Yep. And
another Daily Planet page.
We're down right in front of the Daily Planet. You were sign that you were trying to see if it read properly.
Well, there's Superman. He's on it, and is that Lois next to him?
Well, that's Doomsday, and that's Doomsday in the center.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Oh yeah, Doomsday, I guess it is him. Yeah,
it's just Doomsday in the center, and you got Lois in front of him, and then Jimmy is closest to us. You know, to me, just a quick little comment, I guess. I'm shocked that the cheapest page you can get with either Doomsday, basically a Doomsday page, either by himself or with Superman,
is 105. Yeah,
is 105, and it's like the death hasn't occurred yet. He's kind of just standing there in the rubble. They've been fighting, but it's like, okay, who's next? Well, let's go at it again.
But that's the value, right? Is that Doomsday pages of any stripe are much rarer than Superman pages.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
How many? He's like, there's those cameo, partial Doomsday appearances in a couple of comics, and then there's the issue before this, and then there's this. I mean, that's kind of it.
Yeah. I guess it depends what everybody wants, right? Some people.
Oh, look, there's dead Doomsday in the issue after this.
Right.
Which to me, the only good Doomsday is the dead Doomsday. I'd rather have that.
What's up, Robert?
Hey, Robert.
Jimmy Olsen page says Peter. I mean, that's my point. It's like it's the positioning of the characters that also, for me, it makes a lot of right. I'm thinking 105,000. No Superman, only Doomsday. I get it. If they were both, it would be more. I get it. But like 105, like 6 figures, and he's the furthest character away from us. So he's in the distance. And if you think about it, again, it's one of those kind of, he's about 30% tall-ish, maybe 25%. You know what I mean? It's not that big. That's a lot of money, man. So, and it's only going to get more from here. So imagine that. Like, it's pretty wild.
It's a very well-drawn page. It's very detailed. That sign one way in the front is going to be a sell point in why someone with taste would want this. Having, the destruction of the Daily Planet, that beautifully articulated street lamp, it's an edge-to-edge page. But again, I'm not spending $105,000 on it, but someone did.
Yeah. I mean, interesting. See, this is where it starts to get interesting. It's like, okay, if this one is 105,000, take another quick look at it. 105,000.
$60,000 more than the other page.
Right? Like, okay, I guess he's really
$4,000 more. $64,000 question. That's a whole game show worth of winnings separating these two pages.
Yeah. See, I will say, I got to be honest, guys. This type of page is the type of page, I mentioned it because just to be, for the sake of accuracy here, I mentioned, yes, Superman and Doomsday are
technically on it
here, but
not identifiably so.
Right. It's a technicality. This is the type of page where at that size, you try to sell that to me and tell me, I got a page with Superman and Doomsday on it. And then if you show me this, I'm going to get so pissed at you for trying to hype up something. You're going
to have to put that in a frame that's got a magnifying glass over them hitting the car, which is even going to make it more disappointing because you're going to realize they're not really very articulated on it.
Yeah, that's a thing. So to me, this is like a, they're not on the page really kind of thing. You know what I mean? They're not there. So whatever.
But I guess his point is that he would rather have Superman on the page with Doomsday at any comparison than just to have Doomsday. And I would say that I think that, again, the specialness of a Doomsday feature page speaks for itself. There's not a lot of them. And until this auction, how many Doomsday pages had ever hit the market? No, pages from any other issue that character was in. It's a real small list. Yeah.
For sure. Okay, let us go to the next one. And so from here, we'll jump back to this. This was 105,800. And then the next one is page 2, the second page of the story.
So this sold early.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake, fellas. Sorry. When I upload my scans, I can upload in bulk all at the same time. And unfortunately,
they renumber.
Right. When you do that, they renumber. And so I got to renumber them, which I did, but I missed one. So I showed this by accident. I should not have shown this. Before this, right, we saw this one. And this is indeed the final sub 100,000. But then the next highest up from here. So the first one that cracked 6 figures is actually this one at $100,050.
Wow.
Check it out. And that's, to me,
that's a much better Doomsday page.
Yeah, to me, this is definitely, I would rather have this one for $100,000 especially than this one at 105.
Well, but again, we have to think about the order in which they were
sold. No, of course. People don't know, and they're using the results of the ones that just finished to help them decide how much they should pay. I get
now. And now let's think about this. So what page is this again? 12.
So hold on. So this one is page 2, and after this one, so this one sold for 100,000. And then right after this one is when this one sold for 105,800.
So that's page 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is page 12, actually.
Yeah. So there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 11 pages between these.
Right.
And so that second page got sold at $100,000, $100,050. So other pages between that page and this featuring Doomsday went for a fuck ton more.
Cat says, I did want a page with Doomsday from that story, and so settled for a page with main. Oh, you got one? Oh, no, you didn't. For a page with a mainly on him on it last year, by Bogdanov. Bogdanov is how he says it. Janky, and that still cost a lot in my view. Yes, they're all.
So that's from a previous issue, not the next issue.
Yeah,
I'm guessing. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Dwayne's a pain. But a good thing I did because I didn't know about this auction then. No, exactly. This may raise all the boats for all the other ones, you know?
I think so. For those, because they're of a type.
Huh?
They're of a type.
Of a type, yeah, exactly. Robert says, it's nice that they are full background. Yeah, for sure.
Edge.
For sure, there's edge to edge, yeah, nothing missing. It's very cool. This one has Jimmy and Lois, though. Yeah, again,
but are they that important in this context?
Yeah. That's important to the diehard, long-term Superman, like fans of the character and, you know, his whole lifespan in comics, right? Or even in the movies, whatever. Those people will care about, more than anybody else about the supporting characters, some more than others, some less, right?
And they have 100,000 options to choose from.
But that's the thing. Exactly. So it's like you can buy their appearances in, like you say, Matt, right? Hundreds of thousands of options in other comics, if that's all you care about. For me, the way I look at it is this is all about the death of Superman and therefore, death of Superman. So Superman appearances, obviously, it's what's more important, and the villain, the person responsible for killing him, right? And so Doomsday, Superman. Now, yes, pages are often, for me even, fun when you get the supporting characters. And I love Lois. I'm okay with Jimmy, but I love Lois.
All-Star Superman, I want a Lois page.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like
she's crucial to that story.
Yeah,
and the way that Frank Quitely drew Lois is different than anybody has ever drawn her before, and you get that this is a special thing. This isn't so special.
Yeah, that's basically it. You know, like you said, with hundreds of thousands of Loises, I don't need to have Lois now in this, like on my one page I'm going to get from this issue, unless it's one of the
Superman
pages where she's with him. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. And I certainly wouldn't ascribe monetary value. Right. And I don't think any bidders really did. I mean, some may have if they're big Lois fans or whatever. But I think most of the people who bought these pages, it was like, over 100,000. It's all about Doomsday and Superman.
And these are they're all splash pages, right? Like every page.
They're all splash pages, exactly. Yeah. Seymour Slot says this was page 2. The third lot to sell in the auction was one of the best deals that night because people were saving money for later pages. Yeah, there's always different ways of looking at it because of the order in which they.
Yeah, not this one, the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, but
so let's look at page 2 again.
Yeah, so let's go back to page 2. With that.
Yeah, I mean that's got action. That's got the main villain primarily featured in a 1/3 ratio to the rest of the characters. You don't have Superman in it, which is a reason why I don't think it went for bananas money. But it's an exciting page. It's got text on it. It's very illustrated.
Yeah, there's some people who said that they're not about artistic merit, and it's true. You're not paying, obviously, suddenly $100,000 plus for Superman pages because, oh my God, I've been waiting to get a Dan Jurgens page. No offense, Dan, I love you. It's all about the content of the story.
But they all have the price is important to each other.
Sure.
So we're talking about 24 or 25 lots, as you say. And so each one of these is competing with the other for these prices. So, yeah, we're not comparing them to the bargain that, Cab got a couple of years ago. We're comparing to each page in this auction. Why is this page less than the other page? The order of auction plays into it. But, so, and then as we start getting towards the end, as the pages get better and better and better, those prices ought to get higher and higher. But clearly we're looking at a disparity within the first 10 pages.
Right.
Of like how different the prices are going within those first 10 pages.
Yeah. Tom says, I wonder if the Super Museum, I guess Superman Museum, you meant, tried to get a nice page.
The museum's got no money to buy
I
this.
was just going to say that. I was like, I don't think a place like that has money, So, yeah. I think it's like people going for an unpublished headshot from an artist just to have a piece versus footing the bill for the piece that makes the artist, says Ian.
That's a good point, Ian. We always say on this channel that buying commissions is a bad investment, and they are until they're not. That certain commissions do break through and become something a little bit more. They catch the zeitgeist, they wind up getting published in some capacity later, and then they mean something. But by and large, things measured on merit are measured on merit in the financial sense, in that they are provenanced and they represent something within the context of an entire slew of product. But it's a good comment, and I think that it's something that it's worth talking about.
Yeah, for sure. Doomsday is smashing Superman.
We just not see him. Is he under the fist? Is he like in the ground right now? Is that what's happening? We just can't see him.
That's the thing, is you don't see him.
Right.
But
I mean, maybe do the word balloons convey that he's punching Superman, because that means something?
Well, they probably do. I mean, we can't see it very well, but Seymour says that you see everything except his head. Really? Because if you do, it's lost amongst the rubble. Because to me, it's not big.
Oh, you see a leg? I see a leg. I see his shorts. Yes, you see his legs coming up out of the rubble. You do see everything except like from his chest up.
Okay, but the thing is you don't see it instantaneously. You don't realize
you don't see the S. You don't see the S.
At small size, you don't see that he's actually there immediately, and you have to look.
But I mean, that's maybe.
But
that's maybe beyond the fold. I mean, I see so many original art pages where I look at the original art without the color, and I can't tell what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Like that, some artists are just bad at articulating things without the color being in place. Or I should say that
how they do that.
And it's going to look different in color, and they don't care.
Yeah, for sure. Wonder if the Lucas Museum wants something. Who knows?
They're not going to buy it. They're going to wait for someone to give it to them, and someone will.
Don't museums usually depend on tax deductions, donations for their art, and spend their money on infrastructure? Basically?
They generally do, although a large purchase, and we're talking like millions and millions of dollar purchase, is sometimes something that they will save towards because it gets people into the museum. I don't think that buying a one-off page, unless it was the absolute banger page, would make any difference to any museum. And if it was a Lucas museum, I mean, if they really wanted that 3-page fold out, then they could probably have outbid anybody. And I don't think they did.
Yeah. I'm taking a look at it.
He's talking about the color that you can tell because you're going to see the red and blue on the boots. But I mean, that only matter. It doesn't matter on the original art.
I got to tell you guys, I just opened it. My actual scan, I opened it like in a picture viewer at full size. I do not see Superman.
You don't see his legs? Nope. Under the herf.
Where?
Under the herf.
Under the herf. Oh shit! Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. See, like that's crazy because your eyes, the way that the piece is drawn, your eyes go directly to where Doomsday is.
Because all those pointy,
straight down.
Things. Yeah.
Yeah, straight down. Yeah, because the lines are all pointing down towards Doomsday. Yeah, I don't realize he's right next to him. He's kind of.
I mean, if you know the comic, that's important because you are seeing him wailing on Superman, and that's good. Yeah. But you don't see the S on the chest, and that's. I mean, from a resale today, an artist would make sure you saw the S because they're so concerned with resale value. Back then, they were really much concerned with telling the story.
Marcus says, "Okay, this is better than the Lois and Jimmy page."
Yes. Well, of course it is.
Does it count? Does it count as a Superman page?
It does.
Then? Yeah, it's Superman punching. It's Superman punching. Doomsday punching Superman, but in context of comparison with all the other available pages, not the best image of Superman.
I think we're going to see worse before we're done.
I'm just saying, because of the fact that as an original art collector, you're not getting the color. I'm happy about that. I don't want the color. But if it took that long, even at full size, and I needed to be told, look over there, be underneath underneath the sound effect.
But Ruben, the guy that just paid $100,000 for this is going to frame this with a page from the comic book as it's printed right next to it to make it pop.
It's not my point. I'm saying if it's drawn in such a way that the punch is hitting him in the chest, even if his face is still covered, but you see, oh my God, look at him punching Superman, rather than the reaction being, he is? Where?
Right.
Where? Right? Like that tells you something, right? About the quality.
We didn't recognize it until someone called our attention to it, and that says something.
Yeah, so that's it. So, but again,
that's an assumption, Seymour. That is an assumption. You're assuming that the people that are buying this art are familiar with the interior of the actual comic. I guarantee you there were some like investment hubs that bought this comic that only know that it's what the comic is by and large.
Peter says the same thing. I agree. I don't see it Superman at first. You know, yeah. But in fairness, I will say, Seymour, this is again the fifth or the sixth most cheapest page. So right. So
this is going to be so much better than a couple of pages we're going to see later.
Yeah. I guarantee it. That's the thing. So that's telling us that I guess it's fairly priced. You know, it got penalized for that Superman not being so great. You know.
Next.
Let me see. Okay. Yes, the next one on the board is. Let me see. So 4. Let me move it over. Put them in order: 5, 6, and number 7. Okay. So this next one is page 13. So it's the one. Oh, so yes. So check it out. This is page 12, everybody. This one sold for $105.8.
Yep.
And then the next one to sell is the following page in sequence, page 13. And it went from $105 to $100 and basically $37,000. Check it out. And I gotta say, let me just say quickly, Matt, and then I'll let you take it away. I don't think this is a great, again, it's cool from when you're reading the comic perspective.
It's like a Hulk page. I mean, this could be anything.
I mean, it looks like the Hulk breaking out from the ground, and what's his name? From the X-Men,
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut. It looks like Juggernaut with the it's so and it's a great angle, and it's a great framing sequence.
So that's Doomsday getting punched in the nads.
Yeah, well, he's not really getting punched. That's Superman freeing himself from underground, basically.
I would never even know that was Doomsday.
And that's the thing. And so
it's an ass in your face.
It looks like Juggernaut, and it's a cool framing sequence because it's a great camera angle, right?
Yeah.
But look who you're framing. You're not framing Superman as he faces off with him. That would have been cool, right? But he's framing, it's his legs are framing Lois and Jimmy. So
I think it was Peter who said that, that there's from a composition and quality point of view, there's not a bad page in the book because they're all very, very well drawn.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, and let's be real here, that the ultimate resale of this is going to depend on people who are absolutely 100% not familiar with comics. That for these pages at this value to get higher, they're going to go to people that are, we'll say, quote unquote, legit art collectors who are padding out their investments with some comic art and they want something high profile. So this would only sell to somebody, not only, but I mean, the biggest client for this is going to be somebody who's got a couple Basquiat's, Picasso's, and other shit in their house. And they're going to want to buy like something from a really important comic book. They're going to want a page. They're going to look at this. And compositionally, this is going to be interesting to them. And that may push the price up.
Yeah.
But if they ever try and sell it, like a comic art collector would put a lower premium on this than some of the stuff we've already seen.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. So that's the thing. I love the point of view. Again, the framing sequence using the legs like that, right? It's great from just an artistic perspective. Unfortunately, as you know, Matt, in this hobby, 99% of people, they want better images of the characters, and that's what's going to bring the money. So
representation.
But that's why I want to leave Sean's comment, because he's saying, the artist drew the book to tell a story, not as 20 pages of pinups, although it was a story made of 28 pages of pinups. And of course, trying to tell a story, that's true. But keep in mind, Sean, it's two different ways of looking at art. There's different ways of looking at it when you're just talking about it in terms of as a reader, and you're just talking about with your friends as a reader, and page to page, the way the story went, versus the way we talk about things, because we are looking basically at buying single pages of a story. So we're looking for the content to be strong, blah, blah, blah. So that's it, So yeah, no, it's no, negative swipe on Dan, in any way at all. We just have to look at it from the way collectors of original art tend to look at things.
Final word on this before we move on is that if this were someone who were looking for a conceptually interesting page, this could be a Legion of Superheroes page that's that interesting that costs $900.
Yes, yeah. Like you mean like if this was not from the Death of Superman, whatever, that kind of thing. Yeah, of course. It's not even 900 maybe. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Exactly. We'll assume it's,
But I'll give it the 900.
Yeah.
But exactly, that's the point. That's why that's what I always say. It's the content, right? Like
Doomsday's got no nards. There's no nards, dude. Look at that. He's got nothing. He's smooth. He's like a Ken doll.
A lot of people are thinking it's a fisting action page.
Well, maybe it's sold to the Tom of Finland Museum.
Expensive fisting in comic art history. Oh, it's funny.
Maybe we haven't gotten through this yet.
You see all of Superman on this page, other than his torso, head, or legs, or other arm. Good one, Seymour. Conversation starter. Superman is Antifa. Doomsday meets The Graduate, composition-wise, exactly.
Yeah, it's not a great illustration of Doomsday. Like, it doesn't articulate that that's who he is. No. For like any other depiction of him, even in the book.
For me, like if there was,
you're right. It looks like Juggernaut.
Yeah, and if there was one, the one strength of this page, it's the great camera angle.
It's beautifully composed.
The composition, that's fantastic. But yeah, content-wise, it's a weaker one.
Letter bigger.
So quite a big jump to go to 137.
I wonder how much bigger the lettering is in the final.
What do you mean in the final?
Because the notes up top are a letter bigger.
Oh, right. Oh, that's funny. Wow. David asking, do we know who actually purchased these? We do not. They all went at auction, which is anonymous, and nobody has posted them so far, so we do not know. Doomsday doesn't miss leg day. Mon-El and Validus. Right. 6 figures. I want Falcon. Yeah, somebody's been listening to Dino.
6 figures. I want the first appearance of Falcon.
What's up, Larry? That's not American ass.
Nope.
All right. So let's check the next one, everybody. And so we got that big jump from, what was it, 105 to
$5,000 more.
Yeah, 32 grand. And then we're going to go here. The next one is page 22, closer to the end. And whoa, what a jump, though. This is 137. This next one, page 22, goes to 172 and a half.
It's a lot.
Check it out. Okay.
Jesus.
Let me quickly say, though, Matt.
Jesus Christ.
Just want to say, just like the last page we saw, love the composition. This kind of composition is so much fun for me, to have these extreme close-ups of, Lois, Jimmy like that with the camera, and you see the action is happening in the camera lens. Very fun. But again, when you're talking this kind of money, your $172,000, my $172,000 better be getting me more Superman and or Doomsday than small, like caught inside a camera.
But again, one of the last few pages to sell.
True. Yeah.
And it went for that low.
Yeah. Well, it's all
as
relative.
we compare to the rest of what's going to sell.
Yeah.
So in a way, that's kind of a miracle. I mean, the best thing about here is the texture on the on that Lexcam camera, which looks like a Nikon from the 1960s. Well, I mean, I don't have anything to say, but let's move on. This is what else can you say about this except that it is what
again,
it is.
Are you with me? That do you think it's a fun page in terms of just what's on it, the way they with the whole close up and the fact that
it comes off as almost a goofy tribute to Killing Joke.
Kind of. Although it didn't spark that in me, but I guess now that you say it, kind of, I don't think that's what he was going for, but Stanley likes it. Cool page. Rich did say Killing Joke perspective.
Oh, that's funny.
Matt liked that film strip cover, so right up his alley.
Gotta love things that tribute film.
Who Shrunk Superman? Can't stay long, but hi, Ian.
Hey, Ian.
Fish Islands, nice.
Good pun.
Ruben, how much you get? David, this one was 172,500.
American.
Yeah, Newell likes it. He's with me. He likes it a lot. Yeah, I like it a lot. I just don't like the price a lot for what I get for it. That's all. But I do love the layout. Like if this was Superman number 579, right? And it featured fucking Parasite, whatever. And this Flash is part of the story, and I don't know, Parasite's there in the middle, in the lens. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll give you $500 for that. That's cool. It's fun. You know what I mean? Like
500, yeah.
It's all relative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's relative. So, okay, let us go to the next one, folks. How does Jimmy not know he's even taking what he's taking a photo of? He's just shocked, man. Come on, give him a break there, Mike. So the next one is going to be page 19. Okay, so that's
middle of the book.
3 pages, 3 pages, a little past the middle, but 3 pages before this one. And the same price, exactly, 172.5. Let's see what we get again for the same price.
A lot of text. And a square off.
A lot of those sound effects, which is a little too much. I don't like that.
Yeah.
It's very distracting, but
you got to fight. You got to battle.
It's a battle right there. Like, what?
This reminds me of a page from, oh my gosh, the Image book. Fuck.
I didn't really buy too many Image books, I got to tell you, to be honest.
Brad Anderson. No, not Brad Anderson. The guy that did God Loves, Man Kills.
Oh, Brent Anderson.
Brent Anderson. So Brent Anderson did that series that started out as an Alex Ross series.
Astro City, you mean?
Astro City. This reminds me of Astro City.
Oh, interesting. I only read one.
This is almost like a 1960s concert poster.
It does, yeah. All that over excess of sound effects, it gives it that 60s kind of appearance,
Yeah.
So we're getting double knockout.
I'd rather have this than the camera page.
Yeah. At this price, yes. I will say again, and this is just my own personal taste or whatever. If they were, 900 and for this one and 500 for the other one, I'd rather have the other one. I still think.
Well, if it was cheaper, I mean, but
no, that's what I'm saying. It just goes to show
apples to apples. I'd rather have this one.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, for sure. Well, that's what, and that's what we're talking about here, right? Like it's the same exact price.
I hope the glue is good on these. I hope the glue is good.
If it's not, pull out the old glue stick, baby. Mike says, how much did Daily Planet pay for the product placement? Oh, I don't know. Maybe $172,000.
Yeah.
But the The punch breaks the sound barrier, hence the badam and the shattered glass. Right.
Yeah.
Mondo says, don't forget about preterm birth pages. Right. All corners are intact, Matt, says Marcus.
Of course, this is the right era.
Amount of purchase.
Hence the value that they accrued, obviously, Marcus.
But okay, so let's see. Yeah, guys, what do you guys say? You haven't given much. Only Matt and I have given our opinions. This or this at 172.5.
You're also talking actual action versus relationary action, which again is a concept, right? Because they're both flat. We're talking about flat objects.
Yeah.
But you're looking at someone looking at the action as opposed to seeing the action. In this page, you're looking at the action direct on. Obviously, it's larger.
But check it out, Matt. What about the fact that what
also conceptually interesting?
What comment do you have though about the fact that this one ended and people saw, oh my God, 172,500, right? And then, okay, everybody, the next page is up for bids. It's this one with a battle.
Are these consecutive pages?
Right. This one came right after it.
Is it consecutive in the page numbering?
No, but it came right after it in the auction.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it so? This is the very next page in the comic book.
Oh no. This this. Let me see. So this is page 22.
That sold way later.
Well,
no, this was page 18, right, or 19.
So this is the 8th page sold, right?
It was.
Yeah, this is the hold on. No. Oh, I'm sorry, not the 8th page sold. Sorry, the whatever. I'm going by
by monetary order. What
i
I'm saying is that this sold after that other page, and that's why it tied because there's less pages.
So because this one is page 19.
Yeah. So
and then this is 22.
Three pages in between.
Yeah.
And so, I wonder, and this is a good question to ask: did the buyers? I mean, obviously they have all the pages laid out; they can see what they're going to bid on. But I wonder how many buyers actually had the comic book open and were going page by page and like looking at it and referencing.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
some, but I don't think even all the winners did that.
Yeah. Page 19 is way better. That's the one we have on the screen right now. That's what Mike thinks.
Yeah, I would agree.
Battle page is better.
Yeah.
Dwayne says both overpriced.
Absolutely.
Sound effects page.
Everybody is correct. How often does that happen? Everybody is correct.
Newell agrees with me though that the camera page is better from an art perspective. Right?
He's talking not from an art perspective, from a layout perspective.
Well, yeah, but artistically speaking, that's what it's just.
But I don't know. I mean, there's something artistic about this too, and that, like I say, it's referential to a different type of artwork, which can mean something to somebody else who has a large collection of very expensive Art Nouveau paintings or something like that.
I don't think so.
I mean, we don't know who owns it, so
it's your classic, but boring, typical.
Wait. That's the most shocking statement right here.
Single. Both
are equally good, fair prices.
He's saying all kinds of stupid shit, though. Don't forget about Stanley, But yeah, it's just straight ahead, right? Eye level shot. That's boring layout. No, I think that's what Newell's saying. The other one has this great, inventive, like looking, up look and whatever. But
it is a more interesting single frame. This isn't even real. I mean, this is a single frame by virtue. But see, he mentioned Astro City too. This is amazing.
Robert. I actually read. I did read one storyline. It was the Confessor storyline, and I really, really enjoyed that one. And I really loved the Hanged Man, past tense. The Hanged Man. What a great name for a character. With the noose and the I love that character. Yeah, that was really cool. But I just never got around to reading any more of it. So many, you know how it is, Robert. So much to read, so little time, But Battle is better. Yeah, you need to have a clever layout and an important book. This is more visually appealing to me. Sorry.
So much more representative of the story. And I mean, but I get, what Newell's saying. I get, that I think aesthetically it's a much more pleasing image because it's less busy. But I also think that when you have to consider all the things that contribute to what makes a comic book page as opposed to what makes a painting or a photograph, that this has more of the elements that make it more collectible.
Oh, of course, absolutely. This I agree there. That's what I was saying earlier about there's a way to look at it just purely from how, or how original art buyers make their decisions to spend their money versus just talking strictly about forget original art. Like you and I and all our friends, we looked at the comic book, we read it, and then we just wanted to talk about the art. Oh, that's an interesting page, more than that one. You know what I mean? That's different, right?
Yeah.
And Sonny here says the same thing. He says, had I the money, I wouldn't buy either of them. Not my thing. But if I was offered one or the other for free, I'd take the camera one. See, that's what I'm saying. So it's like me and Newell and him. We're saying the same thing because of the more interesting shot. The camera one is like a lap dance in a strip club with your mates nearby. The double punch is like a lap dance in a private room with your mates.
Without your mates.
Without your mates. Right. Well, we know which one Mondo wants. Later pages would bring more desperation in bidding. Again,
I'm guessing that from a certain point that's going to be true, but we've already seen that there are later pages that sell for less, than earlier pages. So it's going to be a content battle.
Yeah, battle page, better value. Battle page offers better value. Yeah, for sure. From that perspective, that's what we're saying,
It's referential to bullshit. Maybe. I mean, but it depends like what collectors have on their walls. Again, it's not
boring. Yep.
I think they're all boring, but I mean that's neither here nor there.
Little static. I prefer the Hungman. You
certainly more work went into this page than the other page.
Wes Steffen with a new name. W. Steffen. What's up, man? Death of Superman equals death of wallets. I have a feeling, Wes, that you won at least one page, and I'm sure you're not willing to let us know. The fisting page was more pleasing to you, Marcus. Okay.
Well, that says more about you than it says about the page.
Fair enough. All right. So 2 consecutive ones at 172.5. And that brings us to
a lot of cake.
So we're going to take a break from the issue because the next highest piece, holy cow, guys.
Break the 200 barrier.
This blew my mind. So again, remember, we're looking at right now at this very moment, as I say these words, 172,500. And then there was nothing cheaper after this one than the poster art for $266,000.
It's a lot. Now, and again, we have to remember that I don't know where this fell on the sale.
Yeah, that's true. We don't know. Yeah, of course. But again, we know that, right? Where in the sale it falls, people get more desperate. Oh, if they haven't won the ones that they were bidding on, they get more.
I'm guessing this is after the last page of the book, right? Because it's a poster art, not the. Is this a page from the comic, or is this?
No, it's a poster they made for it.
Yeah, so that's probably the last page that sold.
Yeah, that could have been.
Which might make it a bargain, I mean, with all things considered, in the order of sale, it might make it kind of cheaper, or that the people who wanted stuff wanted what they wanted, and they left the auction, and then there were less people bidding on it. But I mean, you get a lot more bang for your buck by virtue of characters.
Yeah, it's like Robert says, quite a roll call, and Peter says a bargain price per hero, right?
Yep. I'll be right back. You'll see me in a minute.
Yeah, for sure. I spy Swamp Thing. I see Man Thing. JT Collector, what up? Feels like it went cheap comparatively. But that's the thing, right, guys? Like that's what makes it so hard to really judge these things, after the fact, right? It's like we can make our opinions based on so many different factors, and in some ways I can agree and say, with JT and be like, yeah, comparatively, it seems like it might have gone a bit too cheap. But then I think of other factors, and I can also make the case that, oh my God, why would you pay over $250,000 for what's, basically a poster of, yes, a bunch of characters, but because there's so many of them, they're all really tiny, So yeah, there's just so many ways to look at it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The jury for me is still out on whether it should be worth this in this area or more or less. But who knows? Maybe as we see, as we go along and we see other pages sell, maybe then, when we see other things and what those are costing, you know what I mean? Then it starts to give us more ideas of like, oh, well, hold on a second. At that price, maybe I'd rather have that poster. You know what I mean? Or, you may never know. Some of you might be thinking, once we get through a bunch of the pages, some of you might think, oh, wow, man, for that price, I'd rather pay that much than what it costs to get that poster. You know what I mean? So
now to give you a little bit of context,
yeah,
I sold the Funeral of the Martian Manhunter from Final Crisis, the JG Jones page, for $1,800 6 years ago.
How much?
$1,800.
$1,800, yeah.
And not as many characters, but much better articulation. A very important moment in comics in that it was Final Crisis. But so just look where we are in the hobby.
Yeah.
And granted, the Martian Manhunter is not Superman.
Yep. Okay. Well,
and honestly, did anybody even give a shit about the Martian Manhunter until the Justice League series by Keith Giffen?
No, of course not. And let's be honest. I mean, in terms of the IP, the character himself, I mean, he's still. I think you can still say nobody gives a shit about him. It's not. This is not a very, you know what I mean? It's not a. It's not beloved. Yeah, he's not like some beloved character as well. Like,
But in Justice League, he was one of the better characters.
Exactly.
But I mean, did anybody care about Black Canary before that run? Right. Even in her 1980s, Jane Fonda aerobics outfit. I mean, like, because that's the way the characters were written. And if you can say anything about this comic and the fact that it's reaching this level of pricing, is that this comic meant something to somebody. That it wasn't just that it was the death of Superman, like the dozens of deaths of Supermans that were kind of hinted at in other forms of media that DC published. It was that this was a fairly well-written comic that was a really interesting way of making a hero out of ostensibly the greatest hero of comics that you kind of couldn't deny. And we knew it wasn't going to stick and nobody cared, but the public still made a big stink. It sold something like, was it 5 million copies?
Like 2.5 or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Still a lot,
Yeah, I'm not, who wouldn't want to sell 2 million copies of anything these days?
Yeah. Wes says, imagine what first appearance Superman pages would go for if the death pages hit these levels. Well, yeah.
I don't think they exist.
Well, yeah. If they existed in Action 1, I mean,
talking $20 million.
You're talking tens, right in the tens of millions, probably. Like for the first one to ever pop out, I'm sure. Yeah.
So how about prototypical Joker pages? Yeah.
What the hell is that?
20 mil. I'll take my 20 mil.
Who has a prototypical?
We'll talk about that offline, sir.
Okay. Absolute Martian Manhunter. What about it? It looks really weird. Martian Manhunter was a major ongoing character in Supergirl TV show.
Absolute Martian Manhunter, by most people's opinions, is the best written of the Absolute line.
Oh, really?
It was for the first 8 or so issues.
Okay. Robert, I enjoyed that Supergirl TV show. And yeah, he was fine there, whatever. I'm just saying, generally speaking, it's never been a sellable character. And to this day, he's not a sellable character.
What's his weakness? Wood or fire or some bullshit?
What's that?
Isn't Martian Manhunter's weakness like wood or fire?
Yeah, fire.
I mean, whose isn't? But yeah, it's kind of whatever.
Yeah. Black Canary was hot with Green Arrow, but it's like, again, not the people.
No character development until she enters Justice League, where she has an absolute personality, absolutely cannot stand Guy Gardner. And is that was such a fun comic to read.
Ian, not Ian Saint, okay, Mr. Jewish Dragon himself, says Martian Manhunter. There's always one of these guys out there. My favorite superhero, not necessarily my favorite comic character, but superhero character. Wow, that's saying a lot, man.
Was his appearance in Brave and the Bold or My Greatest Adventure? It's Brave and the Bold, right?
God, for him, I don't even remember. Somebody will mention it though.
That's a lie.
Only expensive DC comic I bought was the first appearance of Martian Manhunter, thinking it was under. Yeah, but you're buying it because you're investing.
Okay, so is that a Brave and the Bold, or is that a My Greatest Adventure? I can't remember.
But check it out. Yeah, and look what he said.
That's a rare comic. I mean, it's really hard to come by.
Check it out though. He was speculating, right? JT, he bought it because he was thinking, man, this is undervalued. Boy, was I wrong. I held it for good 5 years too.
I mean, but if he sold it in 2021, he made a fortune. If he bought it in 2021, he lost his shirt.
He didn't. Clearly he didn't.
Yeah.
That's the thing with characters that most people don't care about. You're playing with fire. No offense, Martian Manhunter, but you're playing with fire. Yeah, it wasn't on purpose, but yeah, you're just not playing with a lot of people in the market that care. Okay,
Gray edition. I mean, I don't even know what gray edition means.
Let me see. I didn't listen to what podcast. What's he talking about? What's Mike talking about? What podcast did you? Yeah, I don't think he's done one in like 2-3 years.
2 years. Well, then clearly you haven't listened to it.
And whatever it was, I did listen to it. What are you talking? I don't know what are you talking about, Mike?
I don't remember talking about the Martian Manhunter.
You shit disturber. Martian Funeral Page was nice one too. Also one of my favorite heroes. Wow,
it is a really nice page, and you can see him. It's a clear casket, so you can see the Martian Manhunter in the casket.
What up, fool ass? It's amazing. All 5 of Martian Manhunter's fans are here tonight with us. They're all here tonight.
I'm glad I mentioned it. I mentioned it.
For sure. But Manhunter seems okay, but he's no Bloodwind.
And more importantly, he's no Stingray.
Mark V told us that it's Detective Comics' first appearance. That's right. That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Right.
225. Right on. There you go. The Snyder Cut. Detective. Yeah, thanks, John.
That's the gray version. The Snyder Cut is now being called the gray version. Weird. Oh, Joker. Yeah, the Joker page. That's right. Yeah. I mean, well, that's not even my podcast. That was.
I saw that. Of course, I saw that. You mean the one where you talked about the jock thing?
No.
Which one now?
No, we'll move on.
That's the one you want to secretly tell me about? All right, let me know later to remind me. I may still have seen it, but you'll let me know.
I'm sure you have.
Marsha, Marvin the Martian is GOAT. Ruben offended all his fans. All 5 of them, yes. Isn't Martian Manhunter's mother's name Marsha? I think
Marta, but the H is silent.
That's hilarious. All right. Okay, so everybody, 265, right? 265. This is kind of like, wow. 93,000 more than this page was here. Okay, I got to tell you, I kind of think I'd rather have this one at 172. Yeah, then, because yes, while I do like most people, a lot of characters on a page.
This was two. How much was this? 263.
When it's got too many of them and they're so small, it's kind of like I don't know. And they're just standing there because it's a funeral procession. I don't know. It's
also kind of imbalanced. I don't like that there's a big gap on the right side of the page.
Yeah,
it's imbalanced.
Anyways, so we're gonna go to from 266 on this one, fellas, to then. So page 11 of the book. We're getting back to the story. All right, page 11. And so this is like about a third of the way through the book in terms of sequence. This one is 293.
Again, no head.
I gotta say, I do not like it. Like, out of all the splashes in this book that have both characters fighting each other, this is probably one of my least favorites. And hey, given that it's in sequence, we're going in sequence of least expensive, that means it's making sense. That means most people also kind of weren't the big fan, because, like you say, it sucks when you don't see the character's head, right?
At least you got the S on the chest. It is a battle page.
But it's beautiful. But it's upside down. Yeah, but it's upside down, right?
Yeah.
His body's very stiff and straight, I must say. It's so odd.
Yeah.
Why is his entire body, like from especially the waist down, the chest down, really, the knees locked so tight? Like, why are you so stiff? That's weird to me. Plus, the positioning of his feet and legs covers Doomsday's face as well.
Yeah.
You know, his Superman's body covers most of Doomsday,
which is a weird illustration choice.
Yeah, it's kind of odd to me. I always thought this one was odd.
I also think that like maybe the movies have completely changed my memory of things, but I thought that Doomsday looked way more like a monster than like a guy with spikes coming out of his back.
They treated him more like a monster?
Certainly in the film, in Man of Steel.
No, but in comics
or whatever it is.
He is a monster, though.
But I mean, like all these pages are reminding me that there's a lot of him just looking like a dude with a couple
looking
of
more.
spikes.
Oh,
yeah,
I see. Yeah, Battle Page is better because it's part of the book. Oh, from what I was saying earlier. Yeah, well, whatever. It depends. Yeah, most people would rather get part of the book for sure. And yeah, cheap, way cheaper. That's for sure. Pile driver like a mofo, drilling for oil. Drill, baby, drill. Right, Rick? It's not a battle. It's a murder. It's called rigor mortis.
They both die, so, you know.
The
Spoiler alert.
Zero Kiori. You're now. I said 5 Martian Manhunter fans here tonight, but to be honest, I think there was only 2 or 3 who said that they really like the Martian Manhunter. So you're part of the 5. There's still only 5 in the whole world. Good page, but overpriced. You don't get stiff. You don't get stiff looking at it.
It's an average action splash, honestly. But the other ones got an inordinate amount of money, so this is so much better than almost all of those. That this seems better. You know, in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Again, 293. As a reminder, 293. Everybody. Or
you get $3,800 for either one of them.
173, right? 173 here, or 293. I think I'll take this one, even though again I hate all those
good enough
sound effects, but
like the Goonies.
All right, okay. So the next one, let's go on to the next one, and the next one is going to be page 6 of the story. Okay, page 6 of the story.
From the Daily Post. Ooh, juicy.
Long before his death occurs, all right? But we're once again, jumping quite a bit in price. So here we go from $293 on this one to $333. So 40,000 more gets you this one. And I do not like this one at all.
This looks like a 1960s cover done by a 1980s artist in the 1990s.
Yeah, I not a fan. I was never a fan of this page.
I like Lois, but the look on Superman's face is so goofy.
It's so weird. Yeah, the Superman face just ruins it for me, and I'm just like
sergeant stripes on the top there. Welcome to Metropolis, and it's like an army sergeant thing.
I know, Matt. It's very small, but like, is this once again one of those pages where are people going to tell us that Doomsday is there, like in the back somewhere? Because I feel like, why is there all these cars at the top of the page?
Looks like someone's lifting a car to drop on his head, right? But I think that's other superheroes.
Okay,
I don't remember.
Okay. But
I mean, I don't know why this is more than the last one.
Like, think about it though, man. This one was the 6th piece to sell, something like that.
Oh, so in order wise, it makes sense.
333,000. I don't know. Let's see what everybody else is saying. MLB says a bargain at 293. That was the last one. 173 went cheap because Daily Planet was all stat. Oh, was it?
Oh.
I did not know that. Thank you, Seymour. Okay. It's all relative, says Mickey. Divide the prices by 200 and see if they make sense.
Yeah.
Lois is wearing what we call birth control glasses. Nice
What?
one,
No,
Noel.
that's cruel to say.
Oh, poor Lois. My poor Lois. Bad
Golly.
page.
I
Bad
expect
page.
more
Oh,
of you.
Christ.
I expect more of you, Newell.
All day long. Action for 293 all day long. No battles.
It is. It's not. I mean, there's
Yeah.
some destruction going on in the background, clearly, but
And Mondo says even fisting page is better than this.
I don't
Oh, yeah.
know. I mean, they're about the same in my book. This isn't particularly interesting. It's just weird looking.
I still would rather have actually the again, artistically speaking, the fisting page.
Fisting page is more interesting, but it doesn't. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
the POV, right? The point of view is nice, you know. Superman looks so old. Exactly.
He does.
Old. Yeah.
He looks like the dad in Twins. You remember when like Schwarzenegger finds out that this dude's his dad? That looks like that guy.
It's the shadow of the Doomsday symbiotic.
He's making shit up.
Symbiote. Al, what's up, Al? How you doing? Newell says I wasn't talking bad about Lois, just her glasses. Okay. Must have meant high due to the large Scoops image, but agree, not an eye-opening or eye-appealing page. No, yeah, like it's just not. Yeah,
actually, since when does Lois wear glasses?
Yeah, from time to time, I believe. Yeah, there was a while there. Yeah. Welcome to Metropolis. This is a pause in the action. I guess the camera page is the best deal so far. I think it is. Definitely for me. But okay, let me see. Let's continue. Man, we're starting to get really high, and to me it's mind-boggling that this one. You know what?
I can't wait to see. So the next piece is probably going to break 500 grand, right? Is that what you're going to tell me?
I don't think so. Not yet. But I want to say how, like, it's funny how, you know, there will be pages that'll be, you know, oh, this might be the bargain of the, you know, like the his parents watching him on TV, playing on TV, right?
I mean, now comparatively, it's gold. Like,
right.
You're seeing this shit. That is absolutely the wisest purchase of the entire auction, and it came late in the auction.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's my point is this came really early. Why so early with all the stuff that was to come? Why would anybody, let alone one person who won it? Clearly there had to be at least two.
It's frenzy. It's auction frenzy.
But for this one of all of them?
Because of the order of the pages. Remember the order of the pages. What am I going to get? How can I get this? Someone steps up. Everybody pulls back.
Yeah, but you could have had better pages.
Everybody goes up.
I know how it works, Matt. I know how it works, but
no, this is a yo-yo effect.
It just seems they jumped big time for this. I don't know,
but it's a yo-yo effect because of what sold before it and what's going to sell afterwards.
Yeah, no, I know. That's the thing that's always difficult to tell what's going to happen to any given page, right? From a single book.
Old man Soups right there and.
Safety glasses. Okay.
Good, Mike. That was pretty good.
Okay. Let us
golf clap for Mike on that one. That was a good one.
Let us boo, Mike, boo. So 333, everybody. Let's round it up to 334, actually. 334,000 for this. And this is page 6. The next page to sell was in the middle, literally the middle of the book. It was page 14. Okay. And here it is. Check it out. And this one went for 394.
That's a good page.
I mean, I would rather pay certainly $61,000 more to get this than to get stuck on this one at 334. To me, this is insane now. To me, this one should have dropped. This should have been potentially one of the. Okay, it does have Superman on it, so fine.
100,000, 105.
Right. Keep it in the six-figure range, but at the low end of the six-figure range. Yeah, it's unattractive, you know.
It's not a great page.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, this is of all the prices, and they're going to get super silly.
Yeah.
This makes a bit more sense than what we've seen so far comparatively. Well, that's the thing, right? Like early pages, you're trying to get those early pages, but sometimes people start out hot and then a better page pops up and everybody pulls back. So that's that whole yo-yo effect we're talking about. But
yeah,
all we can say is this is basically the best page we've seen thus far.
For sure, I think so.
With the exception possibly of Mom and Pa Kent, which is a different.
Yeah. Dynamic in terms of the fighting and stuff. It's really large, right? And yeah, it's nice. It's like
that Neil Adams action arrows coming out of the side of everything.
Yeah. Hits you right in the face, right? It packs a punch, so it's cool. Seymour, just want to say, yeah, always possible. The guy who bought this page bought the others and cost averaging. Yeah, but like you have no proof of that. So what's the point of saying that? Like, you know what I mean? Like
neither here nor there.
It doesn't matter.
And it's also like the idea that, I mean, does that mean you're thinking he bought earlier or later? I mean, if he's blowing $330,000, I mean, yeah, we don't know who bought. So
JT, just so you understand, we're
not
showing
the order of sale, just the order of price.
We're showing them in the order of the cheapest ones to the most expensive. So they're only going to get more expensive as we go. And then we got the background is a confused jumble.
It's very much like a Neil Adams, like I'm just going to fucking pad this out type of thing. But in a way, it's a callback to, and even that Superman has almost like a Neil Adams-y kind of like heft to it. And then, Lois in the foreground with the concerned face. It's nice. But again, like I just don't remember Doomsday looking so much like a dude.
Yeah.
Like I thought he was much more monstrous. I remember him being more monstrous in the issues before this.
I don't know what to tell you. But Mondo makes a great point. I forgot about that. It's Comic Connect. So even though they're scheduled to finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fact that their system adds time every time somebody bids at the end.
I thought that just pushed the next one along, though.
What do you mean?
I bid a Comic Link all the time, and so they don't go to the next auction until the previous auction is done.
Oh, no.
No?
No, they do. Yeah, if you're watching, I only did it once. Okay, I attended a live auction once, and they had all these pages, I was kind of interested in looking at, and it was like, I was like, they're all in a row, so I'm like, okay, this is the one, these are my favorites, those two, okay, my second favorites, right? And all of a sudden, the first one comes to an end, boom, it's got like 20 minutes extra or 3 minutes, however many minutes extra. And it shifts down or up or something like that, but it shifted. And then the other one, a few seconds later, it's supposed to come to an end. Boom, somebody puts a bid, it shifts. There was like 5 or 6 pages shifting up and down every time somebody entered a bid. It was so frustrating and bizarre.
I've never seen that before.
Really?
Yeah, I just won a shit ton of Comic Link auctions.
Really? My only experience, and that's why I never went back. I was like, no, I can't deal with this shit.
I'm going to rephrase. I did not win a shit ton of Comic Link auctions. I won a few. I won several. Several Comic Link auctions. I don't want that's not hyperbolic, and I apologize.
There you go. That's all. We won't hold it against you, Matt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got excited there. I got caught up.
Yeah. Neil Adams' chest hair. That's right. Yeah. Not too many sound effects. That's much better. We go tax-free. You guys talking about tax-free. My comment was about the previous page. Oh, the previous page. Okay, Peter. Allowed for more time in between lots. Did they? Okay. I guess that makes sense.
To MLB, like that first appearance cover, it's a monster. He's like monstrous. This just looks like fucking Aquaman. Like
first appearance book should be more valuable than this. I don't think so because not
the whole book.
The only reason
that you care about Doomsday is because he killed Superman.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly. You hear that, everybody? The only reason people care about Doomsday is because he ended up being the person who killed Superman.
There's no character development. He just appeared as a force of nature out of the universe, comes to Earth, kills Superman, Superman kills him, that's the end. So it's not like it's a character you can care about. You only care because of the result of that. Oh, Comic Connect, not Comic Link. Thank you, Mike. Mike.
Can be very difficult to juggle all of the pages you're interested in when they start extending the deadlines. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it should be you shouldn't start the next one until the last one finishes. That's just stupid. That's bad business.
Well, with the extra time they added, Seymour says it thankfully didn't create too much overlap.
But that's bad business. That's a terrible way to run an auction.
Well, that system sucks.
No other auction house does that. That's dumb.
That system sucks. Well, yeah, Hakes does.
Oh, I've never bought a single thing from Hakes.
Yeah.
It would never sell through them.
What's up, JC? Man, everybody's telling us. Comic Connect, not Comic Link. Yeah, we made a mistake. Whatever. Relax, peeps. Fisting page. This looks like the fisting page realized.
From the reverse. Oh, from the same angle. Yeah, it looks like he's getting something where the sun don't shine.
Doomsday killed a harmless little bird. Yeah. I think the new collectors coming are going to be huge on first appearances. You think?
Well, that seems to be the way the hobby
seems to be what a handful of comic guys are doing. Listen, I'll tell you right now, MLB, if the comic guys end up coming and crossing over into this hobby in droves, yes, in a matter of a few years, this hobby will become very much just like the comic.
Let's pop a fish.
It'll be all about
going to the moon.
It'll be all about
baby.
Speculation. Nothing about stuff. It'll be all about speculation. That's it. So,
yeah.
But more so in the future. Yep, that's right. That's right.
Let's get past this hideous thing.
But okay, let's see if this is going to cost $394,000. And sorry, so this page 14. The next page was page 7. 7 pages earlier. Wow. So let's call it the 7th page sold. $394,000 on the
last kiss.
Sold.
That's a romantic buyer right there.
Yeah, I mean, I have
a gazillionaire with a wife who hates his hobby, and this is the only page she likes.
I have to
admit his marriage.
I have to admit. I mean, look, they're the all-time comic book superhero super couple. A lot of the fans of Superman love, including me, Superman and Lois romantic pages, embrace pages, that kind of stuff. This is, again, you're going off to battle. I'm kissing you, be safe, that kind of thing. So it's the importance of the moment, right, that I believe everybody wanted it for, right? So, so there you go. I don't know. A lot of money, though. Yeah, good money to spend. $394,000, everyone. So this is, page 7. Okay, now we're going to jump back ahead to page 16. So we're going to jump, this was 14, and now we're going to jump to 2 pages sequentially after this one in the book, okay? And this one, remember to remind you, was $390, call it $394, all right? And then
the smooch is how much?
We had the smooch at, sorry, hold on. The smooch was exactly the same price.
So, really?
Yeah. This one was $394, and so was the smooch.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but that makes sense to me. Not in normal terms of a non-story important issue. Okay, regular issues, no. But when it is this type of an issue where a death of the major character was involved, I see the way I've always seen it is, so yes, most of the time people think, wow, battle, punch. Yeah, this is what I want, right? I get that. Yes. And that gets the most money. But this is like an exception where, there's no battle.
How many splash pages?
They balance each other.
But how many splash pages in the entirety of Superman comics are of Clark and Lois kissing?
I don't know.
Probably not a lot.
I don't know.
So,
I think there's enough.
Splash pages?
Splash pages, yeah. Yeah, no.
Half a dozen?
Probably a few, yeah.
I mean, I think half a dozen's probably a lot.
Yeah.
It does have wall power. That's a good point. I mean, it's a very bold splash page.
Look at Newell. Gross. Newell wanted he was only interested if the splash had Superman.
Why do you hate Lois? Why do you hate Lois so much, Newell?
it's only gross to him because he wanted.
Show me on the picture where Lois hurt you, Newell.
He was hoping that Superman would have been kissing Doomsday. That's why, you know.
I mean, well, I think they had a much more intimate moment than that on the previous page, but that's what I'm saying, JT. You know, it seems like there's a guy that has multiple pages, maybe from the same issue.
MLB can get like 12,000 romance pages for this.
You could get a romance page that was turned into pop art by, you know, one of 3 major pop artists for way less than this. Yes.
You can kiss $394,000 goodbye too.
Bazinga.
That's a good one, Sean. That's a good one. Oh, that's funny. But okay, so let's see how this all plays out here. Let's get back to this. So yeah, so this was page 7. Both this one and this one were $394. And we are now going to see the one that's 2 pages sequentially after this splash. And that is $409. I'll call it rounded up. $420,000.
420. It's where they're smoking out of a bong, taking a break between the fight. See, that's the Doomsday I know.
Yeah.
This to me is the like the ultimate Doomsday page. Aside from that cover, that first appearance cover, and aside from the death, like this is one of the this is a baddie. Like this is a really, really great page. So this is really where the bidding starts to me. Like when you're hitting this value, everything better than this had better be better than this.
You know what though, Matt, man? Not for nothing, but I think, yeah, in fact, I'm pretty sure. So this one was $420.
Yep.
I would rather save myself 25 grand and own this one.
Yeah, not me, not at all. Not at all. No. That other image is cover quality. This is a splash. That one's cover quality. The other one, that's cover quality.
I think it's too much of a close-up to have anything of real interest. In other words,
that's the Doomsday face that we all know.
No, I know, but it's
not that Aquaman looking bullshit.
Boring, safe, sideways profile, perfectly sideways. Even Superman's face, both perfectly sideways. Like it's just kind of boring angles, and all you get is can't even tell what that is. I guess is that Doomsday's chest and Superman's leg, or no?
He's got that hook thing. His arms come out like these fucking talons almost. That's why none of those other pages made any sense to me, because like this is what I know. Is he constantly mutating throughout the book and becoming more and more of a monster? If that's true, then that makes sense. But like the previous appearances in other comics, he looks more like a monster. Like this represents to me that entire storyline. Okay,
JC agrees with you. He says it's the best page so far.
I think so.
I don't. Obviously, I don't. But we'll see what other people say. Al says, with prices at seemingly all-time highs, do you all think this might be more of a deterrent for people trying to get into this? Well,
but no one thinks they can buy a fucking Death of Superman page. Like the layperson is like, you know what? I got $2,000 in a sock, and I'm gonna get me a Death of Superman page. No,
yeah.
There's something that they like. They're gonna see prices. They're gonna realize what's possible, and they're gonna budget within that and start collecting. If they're coming from a comic collecting background, then they already know. So I mean, like, I don't think people just kind of like mysteriously appear in this hobby. I think things lead them to this.
Yeah,
they're comic book fans. Then they realize, oh shit, I can buy. Like people were talking about the Dan Quintana thing. Like someone paid something like $2,000 for one of these 200 or 2,000 comic books. Like they overpaid in a whatnot auction. And Mike and I were talking about it, and he's like, just imagine if they realize how much they could get in original art for that $2,000. Like they'll stop collecting comics. Like they'll immediately start collecting art, and they'll go back and be like, what do I actually like? Not am I chasing FOMO? Am I chasing the next big thing? But like, what got me into comics that I like, and what can I own? So I don't think that. I think if anything, reports of record-breaking pricing always bring more people into the hobby, and they always want to buy low and expect to sell high, but a lot of them do it too quickly. Like you get the fair weather people, the card people that think they can buy on Tuesday and sell on Wednesday. Yeah. But I think that overall, this is a good thing for the hobby.
Well, I'll just say people have been asking that throughout the entirety of the online era, right? So in a sense, I mean, you could say yes. I could say yes, and I wouldn't be entirely wrong. It's just that people have been saying that forever. Okay, it's all relative. I agree more with your second part of the comment where it's like all the while luring more speculators and pure investors instead. Yes, the more that we see humongous level money being spent on single pieces of art like this, that's who it's going to attract. Most people are not going to buy this type of artwork
at this price point.
Price point just because I'm a Superman or Doomsday fan. It's you know what I mean. It's more like
understand that the pure. Well, I don't know how pure they are, but the speculators are people that have a shit ton of money. They don't want to sell this next year. They don't want to sell it in 5 years. They're in for the long haul. They're used to stock returns. An amazing stock return is 10% year after year. So they're going to hang on to something like this for 10 years. And someone in the collecting hobby is going to be like, hey, I know you bought this. This is probably a good time to sell. And that's when that shit's going to happen. Or, I mean, as we see happens all the time, and we always preface all of the, don't do this shows that we do, is that, that people run into financial problems and they need to sell. And, that sometimes people get lucky in that they get something a little bit cheap, and we talk about this and you can go back, watch, look at Ruben's channel, look at the shows that we've done on this. But like when someone sells too cheap, that's often an indication that the person who picked it up got a good deal. It isn't always.
Right.
But it frequently is.
Yes. Exactly. I got to say, on this page, Matt, though, a lot of, I'm starting to look at these guys and a lot of different outlooks on it, all right? So we had JC who was with you.
What's that gold thing, that weird brown coloring?
Well, this is what I'm saying. That's Zipatone.
Is that Zipatone? It looks so solid. It's weird.
You mean like on that leg band or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. And here's another thing. Robert, and I'm assuming this was more on the negative side, says 2 character busts in strict profile.
I think Robert may be saying that this is a good thing.
Okay, maybe. We'll see. I think he's echoing what I was saying, but let's see. Okay, let's see what other people's. Okay, so MLB agreed with you. And then we had, so I'll take this comment to agree with me from Mike, because he says, I think that's his knee.
Hitting him in the chin, but he's also got those bones, those bone spurs.
Yeah, whatever. But the point is, the fact that you're not sure what you're looking at, again, is like we talked earlier. When you're not sure what you're looking at, with that other splash of him punching him in the ground, and we didn't see he was there. You're not sure what you're looking at. So to me, that's that.
To your point, every piece is an isolated piece of art. We can't assume that the owner or anybody else knows what came before it or came after it.
Tim agrees with you, though.
Legitimate. That it's it's a hard articulation, but I also think it's cover quality.
Okay, so get this. So Tim agrees with you, and then Peter agrees with me. He says, can't tell what part of Doomsday's body is that.
Well, the protrusion is the bone spur, right? So I think that's from his hand and back of his knee.
I don't even.
Again, to your point, it's not a well articulated thing.
It's not clarity. Yeah,
you're also seeing this much of a battle, so it is a close up, and you have to think of it in those terms.
It's just because it's so close up, but that's what I don't like about it. It's too close up, making it
50K page at most. What are you pricing all the other pages at?
Well, I don't think he means 50, but I think he's just trying to say this is definitely not one of his favorite ones.
Oh yeah, I would say that of all of them.
So the knee, okay, apparently we'll finally figure it out after looking at it a bit. That's the point, right, Peter? So that's why we got to penalize financially on those where you can't really tell what's going on. All the card guys that never read a comic will be the problem coming up.
I love that as a problem. That is such a great problem to have. Oh my God, give me more problems like card guys with too much money buying artwork. I'll buy another house.
So Mondo said, Mondo says Doomsday's hook's very visible here. I know
that to me is a big thing.
Yes, I know that people that are Doomsday fans love the hooks, right? The bony hooks. I know that's why we're all over the map with. It seems like half of us love this, and half of us are like, well, not so much.
I saw this. I saw this in person. So I saw them all spread out at OAX, and this was the page that actually honestly drew my eye. Because I think for whatever reason, like where it was positioned. Hey, Evgeny, the 3-page splash was in a different position of where these all were. I think they were laid out in page order, but it was like kind of positioned very close to that. So looking at them, you would see that 3-page, and you saw that like either right above it or right next to it, as I recall. I think it was right above it, and it drew my eye line. So like as far as wall appeal, this is a great wall appeal page.
So Robert still didn't quite clarify, but I believe he, again, insinuating what I said.
That it's easier. Okay.
It's boring, which makes it boring. It's the easiest way to draw. Face forward, face sideways. That's it. Like the two.
I get it. I totally get it. But again, like, so this, I'll say it this way. Like, I was a member of a whiskey club, and one of the guys that was a whiskey sommelier, if you will, had tasted everything. So he would occasionally bring in these, what he would call very interesting whiskeys. That meant that they tasted not like whiskey, that they were probably going to be offensive to your palate. But he was so jaded in having tasted like excellent whiskeys that this was like a good quality whiskey that just didn't taste the same. But most people who like whiskey want their fucking whiskey to taste like whiskey. So when we say things like, we're talking about this crop, this is the type of thing that's going to appeal to most people that understand what comic books are, right? As opposed to those of us who are jaded, who have massive collections of very different types of things. And we like not the common thing, we like the uncommon thing. So I think that this is a representative page in a way that is much more easy to resell than anything else we've ever seen, than anything else we've seen thus far.
It's getting even more confusing. Now Mike is saying that Doomsday's right fist is in the bottom left corner. It is? Like that's the same. I can't tell what's in the bottom right corner. I can't tell what's in the bottom left corner. I feel like all I can tell, what I can tell is I see Doomsday's face, then his upper chest and that thing in the middle of the chest. And below that, I don't know what I'm looking at.
I'll say this, and again, this is neither here nor there because we're talking about not something we see, but something other. And to your point, which is where I will agree with you, that it is hard to articulate, except that all those other things are secondary to the fact that the only things that you really care about are those two faces being big in frame. That's all that matters about this page.
Yeah.
Everything else is secondary. But I trust the artist knows the anatomy.
All right, guys. Well, that's it. Listen, it brought up a lot of conversation. That's what it's great about art. It's intended to, hopefully, and that makes it more fun, right?
So, and to Sean's point, like,
let me read it.
20 feet away.
let me read it for the rewind watchers. Sean is in the chat saying, if Matt saw the pages in person, then what is the gray leg band made out of? Zipatone?
Which looks gold. It looks gold on this.
Oh no, because the color. Yeah,
when it did not look like that in person.
When you scan Zipatone, it often will look yellow because the glue underneath that glued it down.
True,
starts turning a little bit, right?
It did not look like that in person. It looked flat. It did not. That's why I'm like, what the hell is that? Because it didn't look like what I saw. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, Peter, you saw it. Like a lot of us were there. We saw these pages.
Peter's like, interesting. I associated sommeliers with wine.
There's sommeliers for sake, for whiskey, for everything.
See loads come into my stores. They buy a lot, and in 6 months want to sell it all for 20% what they paid. That's what happens. That's what happens, right? But
fair weather fans,
we're happy to weed those people out. They never should have stepped in the first place. Well, better that they learn their lesson financially in a hard way quickly, and that's it. And then don't, before it gets much worse, But yeah, your concern is that even entry level art gets more expensive. I know
but it hasn't. Go to Splash Page, Go to Splash Page Comic Art. You can buy published pages for like $80. Good stuff. Good pages.
there's a lot of stuff. I think when people like Al make that type of comment, typically, and Al can correct if I'm wrong, typically they're saying that because what they really mean, to be more specific, is that the barrier to entry for the big name artists that I've always been a fan of, like John Byrne, I can't, you know what I mean? That's what they really mean, right?
Well, I love champagne. I have my certain years, and I can't afford 1986 anymore. Boo hoo hoo. Like we're talking about shit that we don't need, right? Like we're talking about stuff that we like.
Yeah.
And the price changes.
That's it. It's
you know what? You had a chance at this in the 90s. You could have called up any of these guys and been like, I'll offer you $2,000 for that page. And they'd have been like, you're going to give me $2,000 for that page? They would have sold it to you.
Al says, if I remember one of the earlier sessions, Matt had even mentioned that 2026 prices will skyrocket. And
they are going to.
At that time, it might be advantageous to purchase what one can afford.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of inexpensive stuff that is going to change in price. But the entry level is still super, super low. And the entry level, so the new entry level, so newly published stuff is way more expensive. The artwork is way more expensive than art that was produced 10 years ago and even 20 years ago. Like you can get stuff that's 20 years old from Eisner Award-winning runs for less than what new drop art is going for from certain sellers. Right. So do your study, do your research.
Do your work. Yeah.
I mean, you looking for me to tell you what to buy and for how much and guaranteeing it? No. You got to put the work in. I had to change what I collect because I can't afford the stuff that I love.
That's it. And Al, like Tom said, he's seeing decent Bronze Age pages for 500 and some below 500.
Yeah, I have some on my website. Like
auctions. Yeah.
Look at my site, popsequentialism.com. I mean, like, look at some of the stuff I have available for like fairly cheap. And the only stuff I really collect or to sell is Eisner Award-winning runs, like award-winning shit.
Yeah. All right, let's keep it rolling because the interesting point here is that this next one we're going to take a look at is in sequence, the next page after this one.
Oh, cool.
Yep. So this one, again, as a reminder, page 16, 420 grand. Okay. And then the next highest one at 426, we'll round it up to. Okay, 426. So it's 6,000 extra.
That is the smallest increase we've seen thus far.
Now let's see how many of us think that this next one, we would rather have it for the only 6 grand more, or whether we would rather have this one. All right, check it out. Here we go. The page 17. Here we go.
You don't see as much Doomsday, but it's a great page.
Okay, so I gotta say,
I think it's worth less than the last one. I'd rather that.
I do like this one better slightly, but at the same time.
But value-wise.
No, it's only 6K.
Yeah.
Once again, the Superman face with the narrow, pointy nose. I don't know, but the narrow chin. I don't know. It's a little it feels a little off to me, rather than the sort of square-jawed, hulking Superman. Right? It comes to a point, the face, like a triangle.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, even with his mouth open, it should be like.
And his nose helps that make it look like it's pointing down towards that way, like a. Yeah. So I would say that yes, I would still like this more, and because it's only 6K more at that level, right? 420, 426. It's irrelevant. So I would rather pay the 426 for this than the 420 for the other one.
Even without Doomsday's face in it.
It's there. It's just that from an extreme side angle,
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah. I take it back. I prefer this page.
Okay.
I couldn't tell that was his face at first. I prefer this page.
Okay. Let's see what the other guys are saying.
That really looks like Superman is getting his ass whipped.
Yeah. And hey, good point though, Matt, because again, there's so many variables that we can't get, we can't never get into all of them. There's just so many. But one of those variables is that some fans, again, and you know this, they hate when the hero is getting beaten by the villain. They much prefer, right, the piece of art have, the bad guy getting the worst of it, right?
Except that this is the death of Superman. Yeah.
Yeah. No, obviously. But so Al says, "Will do, guys. Always appreciate the advice for sure." Ruben's sitting there thinking Matt needs to shut up. Come on, no, don't be that. Don't be that way. Prefer the previous visually, Ian says. Interesting.
Well, it's more like a cover. I mean, the previous page is definitely more like a cover, and this is definitely more like a representative splash.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by this, Tim. Last page. Oh, you prefer the last one? Is that what you mean? You prefer the previous one? You did like that one.
But I mean, it is really, you have to take a look and see that Doomsday's face is in this. And when you do see it, it makes a difference.
But okay. But I gotta say, they're very, very comparable to each other in terms of the overall quality of what you're getting, the angle you're looking from.
To your point, $6,000 difference, tomato.
Yeah, exactly. So to me, it's like they did sell for the same thing, basically. Marcus thinks this one is better, but the other one is cleaner looking.
It is.
Okay, fair enough. The cheaper piece is way better, both overpriced. Nice page, but rather have lesser pages over this. Okay. Soup's face feels off as well. I agree. Peter says, yeah.
But I mean, he is kind of eating shit, like he's.
No,
his face is going to look a little. I mean, he's
taking a punch. No, he's taking a punch, but that doesn't mean
did he punch his face longer. Who knows?
He doesn't have to have an angular looking face. Yeah. But, stuff I really like or love is expensive or goes for full retail or both.
Yeah, but that full retail will change.
Yeah, it doesn't pass the mom test. Show anyone, they couldn't tell you what the fuck is going on and who.
I like that expression, the mom test.
Page 17 is better. Sixes. Rather buy more lesser art versus buying much less. Nice dramatic inking on underside of Soup's right fist.
Yeah, I like that. There's some good inking in this page for sure.
Nice. The inks on these pages are amazing.
I like the zipatone on the building.
Interesting. David's with you. He can't work out the page.
I like. I mean, the profile page makes sense. But again, like
JC's still on the profile, the two profile page.
Tomato. These are very comparable pages.
If Murphy Henderson, if Carmine was editor, he'd have Murphy redraw Soup's face.
That is the comment of the evening. Thank you, Peter.
Man. But Tom agrees, though, that some of the faces are bad. Yeah, they're very inconsistent, This page could be cover as well. Seen plenty worse. Yeah, of course.
It's a little too zoomed in, I think, because where would you put the logo? But it is it's a really great, in a book full of splash pages, this is a deserved splash page.
Yeah. Is JC right? Is the scale of Doomsday's face small in compared to Superman?
I mean, the proportion of the whole book is all over the map. I mean, that's a big problem with it in general. But $2 cheaper than current.
Oh, that was his comment about shutting up. He thinks that I didn't believe you when you were saying that older art is cheaper than current artist prices.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
To an extent. I mean, like, it's certainly in the range that I mentioned.
Yeah,
that's what Sean, buy that stuff. Go back and buy, there are incredible bargains in the copper age right now. Like there's incredible stuff in the modern age that isn't just like getting the value that newer stuff is getting. But when that stuff is gone, people are going to go back and be like, well, now what can I afford? And if you got in at $60 to $80 a page, you're going to be sitting pretty.
Yeah, this is Ian says, I wish the fist was higher in the action.
I think you'd be hitting them in the nads. And I mean, like, then everybody, that's like a kind of famous, that make it like a meme page.
Shut up. Waters don't buy them.
Well, from your mouth to Sean's ears, MLB.
I wanted to just bring up Robert's comment because he says, no need to leave space for a logo, and that's why interior splashes are better than covers. And I have to admit, I have to admit, it's cool. The cover thing is cool because it's the first image you see from a book. That's what will eternally make it so cool.
Sure.
But I've always believed that. Yes, I've always believed that if in our hobby, if more people, and there's barely any, but if a lot more people focus more on the art, okay, not just content, but the art and the content together. I've always believed that there's a lot more room for splashes someday to go up. And look, I've been wrong, obviously, because I've been proven and nobody seems to give a crap. Everybody's always stuck on a cover is a cover and it's more rare. Therefore, it always guaranteed has to be more.
So I'm with you. I'm with you and Bob on this. I'm with you and Bob on this. I have certainly seen splash pages from comics that I think are way better than the covers to those comics. I bought a couple of them and I still own them. I have not sold them.
And therefore should be sought after, and people should pay up for. Don't be afraid to pay up more than the cover costs if that splash on the inside is way nicer than the cover.
Certainly, sometimes a title page is nicer than the cover. Yeah. Sometimes a finale page is better than a cover, and I completely agree with you both in that context. What Robert said, and I think is a really interesting thing to think about, and I don't think we think about this enough, and I'm glad he articulated it, is that because you don't need to have a logo, you have the ability to make a splash page more interesting. Doesn't mean they always do, but that also doesn't mean that you should want a splash page more than a cover, because things that look like covers are iconic in a way that splash pages aren't, because splash pages are part of an action sequence and they are just a panel. Remember that. A cover is a representation of the entire issue, and a splash page is one panel in a sequence of action.
We get that one, Sean. We get that. We don't get your jokes. Not tonight, anyways.
Oh.
Plus, covers are often just posed characters these days. Oh, especially over the last 30 years. It's all movie poster style pinup.
Well, certainly in the era of I'm a cover artist, not an interior artist, where it doesn't have to relate at all to the interior. But I mean, to a great degree, and for most of the hobby, the cover was supposed to be a one image to get you to buy the book, meaning that it represented the book. Certainly for a long time, certainly for like all those anthology books. I mean, I bought all those Bernie Wrightson covered House of Mysteries expecting there to be, for the interior to look like the cover, and of course none of them did. So they've been fooling us for years.
Yeah, and look, I just want to mention that Marcus made a point that but covers these days, because everybody buys in slabs. All you see the interior. Yeah. All you see is the cover, and that's a fair point. Yeah. But it's not like we don't know that. I already made that point without having to mention the CGC thing. Even if it's a raw book, the first thing you see is the cover. It doesn't matter if you can.
This is what has caused the greatest controversies of our time in comics, which is what's the first appearance of Venom? What's the first appearance of Wolverine? That if you were opening comics and had easy access to them, nobody would make the mistake of thinking that these later issues were the first appearances. And we wouldn't need delineations like first full appearance or first cover appearance.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go on to the next one, fellas. It's the only thing they see. Yeah. I watch Comics Den videos. None of them they know shit about comic stories. Well, no, we know that comic people are just.
The less I say, the better about that. I've already offended 2 or 3 of them in the past, and I don't wish to do so this evening.
Al is asking, Matt, forgive me, but never meant for you to lead me by the hand to tell me what to buy and how to buy, merely stating that I can see, and these forums are part of my research.
Yes, good. Do it.
Okay. Let me jump back in there. All right. So this, again, $426,000. It's page 17. Once again, the very next higher priced page was the page that sequentially follows this one in the story. So this page is page 17. We are now going to look at page 18. Okay. And we'll compare again. Because this one, to remind you,
hope it's a counterpunch.
426,000. This one,
There it is. Counterpunch. Bam.
442,000.
I hate everything about this page.
Yeah, so 16,000 more for this one. And once again, you know what this reminds me of, Matt? It reminds me of the splash where Doomsday has that super stiff Superman and is slamming him to the ground. It's like you can't see Superman.
Is that Superman's hairy chest?
Yeah, it is.
It's weird. And again, now Doomsday is back to looking like a dude instead of a monster, and like the boots and shit are silly as all hell on a monster, but that's a whole other thing. And clearly that was part of the design of the character. I like this way better than that.
Yeah,
way
I'd rather
better.
have this. I'd also rather have this.
Way rather have that. This is more like that other page with Doomsday.
And this.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
You don't like this at all?
I'm not a fan. I mean, I don't like the Doomsday. I don't like the image of him. He looks like, Aquaman monster, and that's kind of similar. It looks like the Abomination. He looks like anything.
Let me see. Just odd to me and sad. I found Rubén. You found me because of Comic Den. How could you have found me because of Comic Den? I have nothing to do with them. What are you talking about? I literally have nothing, less than zero to do with Comics Den. So maybe you're confused about something there, MLB. Yeah, I don't have anything to do with them. So I've never been on their channel. They've never been on
If that's
mine.
the case, then I'm happy you found him.
But yes, as I said, happy to have seen you come in and become a regular straight away, MLB. That's cool.
I mean, I can imagine that Superman being the Joker with the right coloring on it. Like, it doesn't look like Superman.
Yeah. And I mean, you don't see him anyways either. Like, you just don't even, he's hidden. And not only is Superman hidden, even though he's facing us, but the angle, you get to see upside down Doomsday face and chest. Like, it just, to me, nah, man, I'm not about
the
this.
leg positions don't work for me either in a whole lot of ways.
Yeah, it's just not a very interesting composition for me. The figure posing is not, I'm not interested. Anyways,
Next.
First appearance of Snapped, though, on the left bottom.
Oh boy.
Says Mike. You were looking for their awesome OAX con videos, and you came across Ruben's boring OAX roundtable with people complaining about running out of cheese. Shit, we've talked about so many weird things on my show. I don't even remember talking about running out of cheese, but okay, whatever.
So he found you by accident by looking for something quote unquote better.
Yeah. That's funny. This is worth it. He breaks off a bone spur. Oh, for Christ's sakes, you better be joking about that. Superman fights back. Yay. Yeah, with his weird, really weird position. Like, look at his leg. Oh, yeah.
I also, and I have to mention this. You remember Destroy?
You mean the YouTuber?
No, the comic Destroy, which is
Destroy, the big one.
By Scott Zott McCloud.
Yeah.
So much of this was such a ripoff of Destroy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never bought it, so I don't know,
Basically all splash pages. It was like, all like one linear battle.
Interesting. Matt's favorite song, Dude Looks Like a Monster.
Indeed. And I'm from Boston.
More I see.
That tracks.
Yeah, there you go. More I see the original art, the less I like it, says Peter. Weekly drawn. And focus, Matt, let me ask you to focus. You look up at Superman, right? Keep your eyes there and just pretend that Doomsday wasn't there and follow his body down diagonally in the shape that it is. When you get to the bottom,
it's weird proportion. The legs are wrong. Everything's wrong. Like I told you, the legs don't make any sense to me at all.
The legs are like, what?
But I mean, that's another reason why I don't like this art team. Like, I wasn't a huge Bogdanov or whatever, however you pronounce his name, fan. And, I wasn't really into any of this. Like, to me, my interest in Superman stopped when John Byrne stopped doing, the comics. And but I did like it when Grummett was doing Superboy.
Yeah, that was fun. Talking about fine art, I just uploaded a new cap cover. Peter, okay. Where opinions are openly welcomed and discussed within our community without any offense taken. If that's the impression you received from me, Matt.
Of course. Of course.
Much love to all.
Great comfort. No, I'm not dissing you, dude. It's like
Yeah.
I think that my point is that there's so much really affordable, great stuff out there that isn't being appreciated, and that it's only going to get appreciated by comparison. Like for you, it took so long for Umberto Ramos's pages to get expensive. Like to me, he is the look of the modern era. Like I mean, we need to rename it, right? Like we need to rename the first like 20 years of the modern era because we're now 35 years deep in the modern era.
Yeah.
But like say 2010 onward, to me, Umberto Ramos is the Marvel artist. He's the guy that worked on a lot of titles, kind of set the tone. He's really talented. We've seen him get better and better and better. And you could get pages from Runaways for like $150 until like 4 years ago.
Right.
Really good pages. Half splashes for like $240. Try that now. I mean, like we're only talking a difference like 4 or 6 years, and those Ramos pages are thousands of dollars now. I mean, like just pick the book that you like, pick the characters you like. You can get amazing X-Men splash pages from artists that just aren't as beloved now as perhaps they will be later.
Yeah.
For really, really affordable prices. You can kind of get what you like. Maybe not necessarily exactly what you want, but just because you like Coke and they only have Pepsi doesn't mean you have to drink bleach.
Yeah, nice one. Nice, Matt. Hey, Mark Vega says, good comparison between Destroy and Death of Superman. Hard to tell which one is the parody.
I mean, Destroy came first.
Yeah, that's true. The Image Treasury Battle issue. Just left. Okay. I do feel like if you think about most of the highest priced pages that I've ever sold were actually very ugly or underwhelming. The Secret Wars page, these pages.
Historically, I mean, some of the stuff is historic. But I mean, the most expensive pages, I mean, are still like Bernie Wrightson, Frank Frazetta, Asterix, or what do you call it? Not Asterix. Who's the French character? It's like the
Tintin.
Yes, Tintin.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think that's still in the top strata of most expensive pages ever sold.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I mean, it's beautiful. It's a really lovely page. There's a lot of the middle ground has gotten crazy because people who have the really baller shit are kind of waiting. You know, like I think really excellent stuff. If you bought excellent stuff 12 years ago, you're smart enough to hang on to it. Like you're just seeing the market for that expand and get crazy high.
Yes, Jurgens, not Bog.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. And I'm not a huge Jurgens. I've never been a huge Jurgens fan.
Well, Al says, good Lord.
I hate him, but I'm just not a huge fan.
I need a new phone. What I meant is, if that's the impression that I gave you, Matt, I sincerely apologize.
No.
I hold you, Ruben, and the gang in highest regards. That's all he's trying to do.
And I appreciate the commentary. I love it. You know, like it's, you know, opens up the whole fandom.
That's it. MLB says, but true story. I typed in OAX to find Comic Den and found Ruben.
That may be fuel for the fire against us, and that scares me a little bit.
Well, Al, of course, says, I wish I knew comic art was a thing back in the 90s when I got it out of the hobby. But now I'm back, baby.
I'll tell you, man, like I started collecting comics like earnestly. Like I had bought comics off the newsstand in the 70s, but I became like a, quote unquote serious comic collector really in the mid 80s. And very quickly was lucky enough that the shop got some original artwork in, and I bought an unused Steve Bissette Swamp Thing cover, which got stolen at a convention. So I was kind of like connected into like already buying art. And then like in that era, because the region I grew up in New England, the Turtles guys were doing conventions. So I would like buy sketches from those guys. Meanwhile, Arthur Adams is working at a table, like kitty corner from us. And he was always like behind. So like he was working on pages or commissions at these shows while signing comics. And I don't even really know how he made his money, to be honest, back then. They must have paid him to be there. And you couldn't really get drawings out of him, or at least I was unable to get drawings out of him. And he was my favorite artist at the time. So I'd, talk to him and shoot the shit. And it was just depressing because I had aspirations to do comics. And I was like, how'd you get so good? And he's like, I have no friends. I just sit on the porch and I draw the world around me. And I'm like, that's dark. I just kind of went back to my my table and, did my thing.
All right, everybody. So this one, a reminder, $443,000, precariously close to $500,000. So I just
something that ugly. Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
And even if it was my favorite page on earth, when you're going page after page after page, and you're like a Superman comic from the 90s, individual pages, one after another, getting close to $500,000 each, and every one, it's like, holy crap, has this hobby.
But everybody feel great about what you own. Like, if nothing else, this should make you feel so good about the stuff that you own.
Yeah. God, I miss the 80s. Going to cons was so much damn fun. Just had no money to do shit.
Yeah, we were children. I mean,
my theory, some people buy art. Some people who've seen all these comic book movies and never read a single comic will still buy comic art. A lot of people compared to now.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be we're gonna experience that like kind of tinge of resentment about that, right? Like that we feel like we're entitled to it. But like just because your band gets popular doesn't mean that band sucks anymore. It just means that more people enjoy their stuff. And this is sort of like a version of that. We should be happy that comic artists don't have to die in poverty anymore. I mean, like, this is a huge thing. Like, until like the Felixes of the world started getting decent money for like contemporary artists, these guys were like, they got arthritis, they're out of work. I would have to drive to oh my gosh, there's a couple old time artists who I got to know in their final years, and I would help out with the comic relief fund and go over there and help them buy their groceries, and in some cases help them change their clothes because like they were, they just had nobody to help them. And that's less and less likely to happen as we move on with artists getting paid what they're deserved. And certainly what European artists make and have never been in the same predicament as American comic artists or Japanese manga artists.
Yeah. Should I keep my Comic Connect catalog in the black bag? Yes.
You should take it to a black ops site and make it disappear.
Hey, two Carls come in at the same time in the same minute. Look at that. Wow. What's up, guys? These pages are where did that hold on? These pages are a real slog, says Mark.
Yeah, next.
Let me see. Okay, wouldn't be surprised if a few guys got a couple each. Well, that's again possible, but why should we even think about that? We don't know, so who knows? Who cares? I like Dan Jurgens, but the art on the period was not great, says Mickey. Yeah, and I also like Norm Rapman's inks quite a bit more on over Dan. Incredible what people will pay autographs, let alone the art. Around 100 for some has been. That was on one TV show. 20. Well, everybody wants money though, so if you're going to get autographs, that's how a lot of people make money now. MLB.
I mean, especially if they're not working. Again, there's no.
Yeah, if they're not in the entertainment industry anymore, they're not getting paychecks.
You're not getting paychecks. I mean, and there's been a lot of buyouts in the unions that don't like take care of these people. So, I mean, just because you love something they did 40 years ago, I've seen different celebrities handle it very differently. I've seen people get really pissy about it. But, I don't know what the reasonable amount is. I mean, I can't say that it's they should be charging 20, they should be charging 50. It's how their body functions, how many can they sign? Like, do they have arthritis? Is it a real pain for them to sign at a certain age? Should you pay more for that? I mean, what's the demand? I mean, it's a fluid market like anything. Stocks cost different things because different stocks have different demand and value. So why shouldn't a creator, and especially somebody whose work you've appreciated years ago, if you want a piece of that, which you're obviously collecting as a collectible for resale at some point probably, or thinking of in the back of your mind as some kind of investment, why shouldn't they profit from that?
Look at that, Matt. Mickey says, I remember buying art from an artist once, and after I paid him, he said, oh, now I can pay my mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. When you don't have income, that's why when you don't laugh. Listen, I admit, I used to kind of laugh when I was in my like late 20s and I'd go to some conventions, early 30s, and I started going to bigger conventions on your side of the border, and I would see some of these, TV actors from like the hokiest, let's say, TV shows from the 70s or whatever. And I'd be like, oh, look at them hawking their, hawking like Ferrigno, right? Like I used to see Ferrigno constantly.
He's still doing those shows, yeah.
I know.
He's been doing them for 30 years or 40 years. It's crazy.
I know. I used to laugh, but then I realized, he's
been in like 3 movies in the last 40 years.
He hasn't done anything. So like, how does he even eat? Yeah. So I don't blame them. You got to do what you got to do to put, food, money in your bank account and pay your bills, right? So more power to them. So yes, we're gonna move on to the next page. But Marcus, there's a few. Okay, talk to Marcus. Hope they change $100,000, charge $100,000, and people keep paying. It just amazes me that so many pay. Yeah. Wish I started art collecting in my 30s. Yeah. A lot of us used to start in our 20s. Imagine that, guys. This is how much things have changed in terms of the prices going up consistently, right? Over time.
Yeah.
A lot of us started in our 20s. Those of us that are around today in our 50s, we started in our 20s, but you can't do that anymore. Like for most people, you can, but like, you know what I mean? And Al clarified what he was. Hold on.
To be seen, Ruben. It remains to be seen.
No. Al clarified before that he was saying what I thought he was intending, which was, yes, it's for most people, it's just hard to get in anymore because it's too expensive for those big name artists we all loved as kids. So that's what to clarify. So that's what I'm saying. But yes, you can still get in. You can still buy tons of art. We've talked about this, Matt, you and I together, for very affordable prices. It's just, again, how picky are you? It's like I always said, Matt, you just have to learn to broaden your horizons, right? You have to. If you don't, if you're narrow down, straight down the low, I grew up with Burn Avengers in the 70s, and that's all I care about. You're not going to get pages for $300 anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yes, I can say to those types of people, yes, you're again, I don't know how much these people make, but yes, it does seem very expensive. Of course, there's a barrier to entry in that case.
And of course, the artists aren't making the money on that. It's the people who bought their art 30 years ago that are making the money on that. But if there's a discussion to be had about high pricing, it's really on commissions. There are unpublished artists who are getting as much for their commissions and more than published artists. A lot of them. And then, I was just at OAX and I paid an artist who's done like a handful of books, $250 a piece for 2 sketch cards.
Yeah.
What am I, stupid? Honestly, why the hell did I pay that? Yeah. $250 for a sketch card? That's new. That was never a thing until a couple of years ago.
I know. And
$25 or $50. That's
it. In the last couple of years, it's the new hot kind of thing, and as part of the sort of a sub hobby within the sub hobby of original comic art. You know what I mean?
That Venn diagram of card collectors and original art collectors. Yeah. And I mean that's absurd. I'm like, why the hell did I pay that? Like, that's nuts to me. And I also bought a published, well-known artist, and I didn't do an 11x17. I didn't do comic size. I did a smaller size. And honestly, I don't quite remember it being as small as the piece I received in the mail. And I paid $500 for it, and I wasn't supremely satisfied with it. I don't think that he understood the character or really knew the character. And I really wish he would have been like, you know what? I don't really know that character, dig that character. I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Instead of going through the motions of doing whatever character he usually draws looking like this other character, but not really,
Exactly.
And so, I mean, that's where the conversation can take place of where have things gotten a little nuts? It's in the non-published art category.
Although these guys are talking about how, Peter says how, man, commission prices are starting to get out of control with a lot of people. And Tom says, yeah, we got artists with no published art, like that they've never been published before, asking $1,200
Well,
for
how about 1,800? How about 2,000?
Yeah,
Yeah,
non-published people.
non-published.
Wow.
I turned a dude down. I'm like, oh wow, I didn't realize because I constantly reach out through Instagram and contact artists. I'm like, hey, I really like your stuff. How much would you charge for an 11x17? I collect death, I collect delirium, and I got hit with like a pretty high fee from someone who's not published, and I'm like, oh cool, I didn't realize you were balling that high. I'm sorry, not my thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what were you thinking? I'm like, well, I just picked up this piece from so-and-so. This is what they charged. And then the response is like, well, I charge this. And I'm like, I get that. Not saying you don't deserve it. I'm saying it's more than I thought it was going to cost.
And just so you know, Matt, Carl Choi is asking, do you think Superman 75 would have drawn a crowd if they did a gallery showing?
Yeah.
What's Superman 75? What do you mean by that?
This issue.
Oh, what do you mean drawing a crowd? I mean, didn't it draw a crowd? Because it did draw a crowd at this show at OAX. Like,
here's the thing, Carl, is like, you don't charge admission to a gallery show. So what would the point of it be? Like, if you know you're going to get a certain amount of money, what's the point of having a show? Now, there have been auctions in like Van Eaton Gallery, who does like all those Disneyland auctions.
Yeah,
they would rent like a vacant mall and put all this like Disneyland stuff in it, where you had to really see it to understand it, right? Like 3D vehicles, buses from Disneyland, like all these huge pieces of rides and stuff. And that makes sense. But for comic art, you don't really need to do it. I mean, like, it's there. We're looking at it. Like, it doesn't look, except that, for the Zipatone not registering, right? Like, most of it looks about like what it looks like. So if you were using it as a way to bring people in to sell them other stuff, that would make sense. But doing a specialty show for it, I don't really see the upside in it. But yeah, it absolutely would have drawn a crowd. I don't know that it bumps that up. I mean, you the biggest audience you're going to get in person is going to be a couple thousand people. Online, it's going to be millions.
Yeah. All right, fellas, let's jump to the next one here and see what we got. So this one, as a reminder, for 443,000. Okay. And the next one, so this is this one is page 18. We're going to look at page 9 now. 9 pages earlier.
So this sold for a lot more before all these other pages that came later.
Right. I will tell you it sold for the same 443,000 as this current one we're looking at. Okay. So same price. And this is what we get.
I bet it's better. It's not that much better.
I hate this one too. I've always hated this one. I don't like the idea that, to me, again, if I always picture this happening in real life. Right? And I'm like, you can.
That hand makes no sense at all.
But the whole idea that I'm gonna go ram into this guy. Why would you ram into him with like you're starting to flip over head over heels to the point that what's making an impact is his upper back and shoulders? Like, I've always thought that's so bizarre. Like, you're not going to get maximum impact like that. It looks like you're about to completely flip over at the moment of impact. It's weird to me. So I've never really liked this one either.
The excuse to show his face and it doesn't work. I mean, but again, like we've said this, there's a lot of bad anatomy in this book.
Yeah.
This, the foreshortening and forelengthening doesn't really work out well. This is a very common thing in art. I mean, I see this every week, and I should preface this. I'm not picking on the taste of the people that pick the stuff on Comic Art Fans or CAF Plus, but I do notice stuff that any art student in any class, if it were a crit, would tear to shreds. Foot size, neck size, face size. That everything is supposed to be in a certain proportion, and something is either correct or it isn't. You can love it for whatever reason you love it, but you have to admit that when something is off, it is off. And there's a lot off in this entire book, which is another reason why it never really supremely appealed to me.
Yeah, Carl says, this reminds me of the Grumman Adventures 497 cover. It is very similar, which also was not my favorite. Me too. Same thing, yeah. Robert says it's so we can see both faces.
Yeah,
No matter the
it's a
story
cheat,
logic.
but it's a bad cheat. Like he could have angled the entire body.
Yeah, there are other ways, Robert. Trust me, there are many angles you could use to do it. So it's just, but yeah, whatever. Listen, it is what it is. We have the right to like it or not like it. That's
not
all.
story logic. We're talking about physicality. We're talking about
the physics,
proportion.
Yes, proportions and the physics of what's happening. Yeah, exactly. Reading the comic is much better than looking at the original art. You don't hear that from comic art fans very often either, Peter. This one's awkward, says Carl. Indeed, bad anatomy is bad anatomy. That's right. Matt's shy, but once he gets warmed up, baby, that's right.
I haven't called shy in a really long time.
Exactly. They had to tell an entire story. Oh, Seymour loves it, so he's going to come in to defend it. They had to tell an entire story in 28 pages, not the usual 100 to 200 panels most comics have.
Except that it's so much easier to draw a splash page than it is to draw a sequential
That's true.
page.
It
takes about 1/3 the time to do it, so why not do it
not
right?
every page will be the perfect image, but we understand that, Seymour. But so far, we've gone through more than half of the pages, and I think everybody would agree when I say there haven't been really any total stunners, and maybe there's been one or two that are like, okay, yeah, that's a pretty good one, right? And everything else we've had kind of like complaints, like, you know.
And this is the era of resale. Like, this is the era of art resale. Like, people were aware that they could sell their artwork and make some money doing it. So it's kind of funny that this stuff is off. I mean, like, Liefeld is just not a capable artist, and so when he drew stuff that with poor anatomy, he was doing it to the best of his ability. But like, this is a guy that should know better.
No, that's true. No, yeah, that's true. He's very experienced for sure. Death of, even back then, death of Superman, death of perspective, and the death of common sense.
I will give you a golf clap for that as I applaud that.
Oh, Seymour says this was something that Dan Jurgens mentioned in an interview with him. What exactly, Seymour? Please clarify. I'm curious. What did he mention? The awkwardness of what? This particular
face to fit them both in the same panel? I don't know.
Because we're kind of.
Do we care at the end of the day? Do we really care to answer that question? Let's move on.
I'm curious. I'm curious because I love it when artists can be honest with their own work and critique their own work in the negative aspects.
When Neil Adams talked about how much he hates that Superman breaking the chains cover and thinks it's the worst thing he ever drew.
Yeah. Usually nobody agrees with me, Mondo. Nobody. Appreciate everyone in the chat that chats with me. It's fun and I soak up information like a sponge. Good stuff. Great. There you go, MLB. Thank you, everybody, for chatting with him. There you go. All right. Yeah. So let's move on to the next one. And let's hope we finally start getting some really cooler ones. A reminder, 400.
We're getting good at the $500,000 mark. Are we finally going to see something that's a banger or what?
Not yet. So once again, 443,000. I mean, I'm rounding up. So this next one was literally like $255 more. Okay. It's page 15 that's coming up. Okay. This one, for context, is page 9. Page 15 is coming up. Same price, basically. 443. Here it is. Directly, completely overhead. It's like you're floating. It's like you're able to like float and hover above the scene, and you're just floating there like, you know, Superman.
Okay. Lois's body position makes no fucking sense at all, which made me think that this was a panel page.
Yeah, the perspective is all wrong for the bodies from the angle that this is being shot from. So that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to, get down on Dan or whatever.
She should be completely turned.
Yeah, she really.
You should be seeing the fucking like the part in her hair.
Yeah. So whatever.
It's interesting though. There's something almost Sistine Chapel about this, right? Like it's kind of. There's some religious symbology in here. It's almost a cross-shaped page. There's something attractive about this, but I would have thought this would have been the lower third of pricing.
Yeah. The difficulty. Oh, he was talking about the difficulty of telling an entire story in only 28 panels.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, it is a challenge.
It is a challenge.
You
We're
can
not
still draw that
denying
shit well.
Yeah, we're not talking about it in terms of like how it flowed as a story per se. Remember, as art guys, we're just critiquing it primarily as people looking at a single page, because that's what we all buy. We buy one page at a time, and that's how we critique it. Just what's the composition, what's the content on the page, and that's it. So that's how we have to critique it, because that's what we're looking at.
God, I hate that position of Lois. Like, it's really fucking ruining the page. If she wasn't in the page, this would be amazing. That erase that, and that's amazing.
But why is Lois sideways?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? It makes no sense.
Again, he got the perspective wrong. That's all there is to it. And then there's nothing else to say. Yeah.
And why is there some kind of signpost so close to a wall? I mean, like, okay, never mind. Let's move on. I'm going to lose my mind on this. This is going to OCD me into the grave.
Lois looks wrong. You think? 2D Lois, enjoy chatting with you. Agree with Matt. It
was a story, right? I mean, like,
it was the story.
The plot was
like I said many times. I did not enjoy that first story arc at all. It was especially the last
rush.
This issue, it's just, I don't know. The whole thing's just a battle. It just, I don't know. It wasn't interesting to me. The other three miniseries that followed it, Funeral for a Friend, Reign of the Superman, especially, that was really, fun stuff. But
well, I mean, the kind of cool thing about Reign of the Superman is that you had like assignments, right? Like you had teams doing these separate but matched things that made it interesting. And really, the Superboy stuff I think was the best of that. But people are going to disagree.
Yeah,
it's all dumb. I mean, she also looks huge compared to Superman.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no, it's completely off. He's definitely bigger than Superman is there, right? So
gives me the willies. It's like it's making the hair stand up on my arms. Like how much I dislike her being on this page.
Check out Peter. So as the prices go up, perspective and anatomy gets worse.
So far, yeah.
You'd love to know the decision, dude. It just, I don't know how much. Was he under pressure? Did he have a short deadline? We don't know any of that.
Did anybody give a shit knowing what this was going to be? Like all editors were just like counting money in advance. Like,
sure. She's laying on the ground. Yeah, right.
That even looks terrible. She's laying on the ground. I mean, like, no. I don't want to think about it. I don't read anything else into it. It's so awful.
I don't believe the story was written like a normal 28-page story that was crammed into 28 splash pages. Lois is the last thing to worry about. We need Carl S. to fight with you. She fell down sideways. It's the spirit of Lois scared out of her body.
That makes more sense than anything else I've seen.
It's absolute Lois. Nice. That's funny. Need more.
That's actually pretty funny. That's a little deep. I like that. That's kind of a deep riff there. Like
absolute
Lois. She's like proportionately completely off.
Astral form Lois.
Yeah, Johnny Thunders. Yep.
She on a higher floor. My favorite part of the Death of Superman was the JLA issue before this issue.
Yes.
I don't remember. I haven't read it.
Well written issue.
Yeah, but definitely this issue as a standalone issue. It was for the fans of, the Image area was getting
fans. It was for the money grab. It was, it was for the black wrapping cover around it.
Was but Matt, it would have sold as a regular panel page issue anyways, just as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying the decision to make this one issue all splash pages.
Eventful,
We were entering the Image era with these guys doing nothing but splash images. So they realized the fans seem to care only about splashy images.
And why not draw it better? Yeah. Why not do it better?
I know.
Next, move.
Get
this off. It's killing me. It's burning my eyes.
All right, let's go. So again, 443,000. This one, everybody, and this is page 15. The next one we're going to go to the very first page 1 of the issue. which I have to believe.
Title page?
I don't remember if it was. I guess we'll see. But this next one, 457,000. Well, let me round it up. 458,000. Let's check it out. See, it's kind of like they get to the thick of battle for one page, like prologuing it kind of thing. And then, okay, then let's start with the helicopter and Metropolis.
What's hitting Doomsday in the arm?
So it's more or less overall, it's clear. I see the bodies, what's happening. For me, what's weird is how come Superman's left wrist gets cut off and his hand is missing?
I don't understand any of this. This is as ugly as the last page.
Oh, a whopping bunch of comments came in. Let me see.
I'll be right back. Hold that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it was about pacing. When the story was first hatched, no one at DC knew it would be this big. Okay. Fight just got faster and faster as panels per issue decreased. Superman had died many times over the decades. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Nick. Let me guess. It's a splash. This is your favorite page so far, Marcus? Wow, interesting. It might be. I might agree. It's not my favorite. Yeah, it's not my favorite, but it might be the best page in terms of, what most collectors look for, in buying a page. So it's all Image Comics' fault. This happened, caused of market share. Rather had 200 grand battle pages. Yeah, I agree with that. I would rather have actually that. I'm really, the more I see these pages, the more I kind of more and more like the photograph, looking through the camera, that one, and the Ma and Pa Kent standing there hugging each other while Superman dies on the TV in front of them, Definitely. For the price of any one of these, honestly. Hand is in the hair. Oh, I see. He lost. Oh, okay. Okay, but there's only like one thin strand. Like, how could you hide the entire hand in there? And whatever. Anyways, the bottom line is Stanley loves it. Matt needs another drink. Yeah, after seeing this. His hand is through the hair and wrapped around it. Oh, it's wrapped around his head? Okay. It's maybe if I saw it a little bigger, I'd see that. Superman is saying, stop the insanity. Better than the previous battle pages, says Peter. I think so. I think so, probably. Like Hercules battling a lion. Yeah, with that mane of hair, especially. Doesn't have as much problems. You're probably right there. Missed the convo on how many times they're at. No worries. I mean, look, you weren't here. No big deal. But we just talked about it for like a minute or two. So, yeah. Helicopter page has been my favorite so far. The flying soldiers with laser guns that were seen on the other page. That's what's hitting DD's arm. Oh, okay. Okay. Fine. Oh, right. Those whatever you call those guys with those metal.
Why is the S so convex on his chest?
I hit the like button, the thumbs up button right below where I'm pointing, people, please. I would appreciate that. Yeah, that'd be nice. If you haven't done so already, it'd be nice of you. There's 42 people watching right now at the moment. So it doesn't give me money. I'm not monetized or anything, everybody, but it's just some encouragement. So if you could get me to like 50 plus likes, that'd be nice, Thank you, Nick, for reminding me about that. Appreciate it. And yeah, there you go. The camera was Carl Choi's favorite. So there you go. That's, it's looking even better and better the more I see these battle pages. Thank you, Nick. And we got 5, 6, or 7 pages. Yeah, exactly. I wonder what happened to Soup's hand on the right. That's what I was talking about. Still should see more of that. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be hidden by the hair. It's only a thin strand of hair that slides over it.
I don't remember Doomsday having hair. Like, I remember him being like almost like a rhinoceros looking thing.
That's the other thing too. Wasn't it just rocky sort of?
Yeah, this is blowing my mind seeing this stuff because I'm completely
Mondo,
remembering
where's
a
Mondo?
different thing.
Mondo, the big fan. Mondo, tell us. Or Carl Sodergren, the big fan. Remind us. Did he have hair? I seem to think he never had hair.
I mean, he clearly did because we've seen hair in like 6 pages.
Man, you got it. Yeah, Carl agrees with me. Oh, yeah, baby. But, yeah, this is really weird. The Martha page feels like it could be flipped. Suddenly, Martha page, it's way cheap. But JC thinks this is the best page so far. JC,
I mean, honestly,
I'm curious. Hold on.
The page that's most likely to get sold too soon is that page we just looked at with the weird position of Lois. Because when that buyer hears people making fun of how terrible that page is, they're going to completely fall out of love with it.
Man, maybe especially if the buyers watch this show, man, they're going to fall. We're going to make these guys all hate their pages. But it doesn't matter. Even if they hate them.
Hey, if I've improved their taste, my job is done.
Yeah, but it's also an investment for most of them, if not all of them anyway. So
yeah,
it doesn't matter ultimately whether they like it that much or not.
They should have bought silver, but okay.
Sorry to say, nothing in this issue would have been of interest to me to own.
Same here, man. I could care less.
Camera also my favorite. Oh, Peter, another one. Camera page also my favorite. Are the Martian Manhunters fans still here? The concave S makes sense to me with his arms flexed in front like that. It looks weird though. It looks the S looks weird.
So it's a little too precious.
Matt's reactions are hilarious. Wrapped on the backside of his head. I don't know. I know what it's supposed to be, but to me it doesn't make sense. And again, the question now for me and Matt, the biggest question we want to know. Why is he having a big, long mane of hair like a lion? Didn't he not have hair in the rest of the issue? Wasn't it just rocky stuff? Rocky, like, protrusions and stuff? Yeah. Everybody's loving that camera page now all of a sudden. Fabio hair is what sold it.
I can't believe it's not better.
Yeah. Mondo, Mondo says it's usually gray and bald.
That's what I thought, right?
This one's out of his comfort zone. Ian, you're still here.
Hey.
Matt is on a roll. Superman's hand through the hair and behind Doomsday's arm. All right, let's stop trying to explain it. The point is, it does not look normal. Matt's going to make the people who bought these pages improve their taste. He already did, I think.
I think shame will improve their taste.
Yeah. Composition, scale, and detail is better on this one than most of the other ones so far.
I don't know about most, but it's in step with
the I think specifically.
Well, the knee and the leg is at least, it looks like the same body.
Scale and detail, I think I would agree, you know. The hair needed to hide the hand, so he needed more hair. But the question is, he just drew hair so he could hide the hand? I thought he didn't have hair.
I don't get it.
Yeah, we'll go back later.
There is hair in there, but I mean, I don't remember any of that. Like
now we're going to be on the lookout to see if the upcoming pages have hair. These are told from the perspective of the memories of Lois, who was still in shock from falling sideways on that other page.
This is the Mary Hartman version of this, I guess.
It's so awesome. Thanks again, Nick. Thanks. One more to 50, everybody. A few buyers would want to return their wins if they watch this show. They might. It's possible. I don't deny that.
Maybe they'll tune in to future shows and we'll save them money that way.
But hey, we give honest critique. We don't say it to try to be mean or whatever. We're, you know.
I'm honestly shocked by this. Yeah.
It's not fully consistent.
Yeah.
It's not fully consistent. Okay, buyer's remorse. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's check out what happened. So again, 458,000. And now we're gonna see, page 3. Only 2 pages after this one. So remember, guys, it was this one. This is page 1. The second page, page 2, I should say. Page 2 was this one. All right. And then we're going to now see the page after this one. And it sold for only 2,000 more than the one we just saw. which was
But
this.
still less than $500,000.
Yeah, 458 here, and the next one is 460. Let's see which one we'd rather have.
Jesus, what the hell?
So,
God, that's awful.
I will say, Superman's body looks completely broken. His left leg, what's happening? Where's it coming from? Like, I don't understand.
I don't remember him pulling his arm off.
Or is that his arm or his leg? His leg is coming out of his right shoulder. It's so bizarre. I don't know. And I hate that it's shown from like, hey, let's shove Doomsday down so his chest starts from the bottom.
And what did they leave room for on the top there?
Exactly. I don't know. But
oh my God, this is it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Yeah, so let's see what everybody's saying. So Matt wants a public flogging of these buyers of the pages.
They flogged themselves. They need no help from me.
It helps that Metropolis is giving everyone up to a year to pay in payments. I didn't know that, but I expected they would give.
I don't think they're going to get a year to renege, you know.
That also gives them time to renege too when you do that, especially after they watch this episode.
Good grief! What the hell?
50 likes. Thanks, everybody. You are applying art appreciation logic to mostly emotional historical purchases. I know we are. We know that. But we still have to say how we feel, man.
Yeah.
The Batman back break. But like I said, it looks like the leg that's hanging.
Ugh, God, it's awful.
I see something that goes horizontal from it that looks like it's a
arm is wicked short. Like Superman's, I guess it would be his left arm is crazy short.
Yeah, the whole thing's just bizarre.
Because if you're going to do the full lengthening with the leg, you got to do the full lengthening with the arm. And then, oh my God, good depiction of Doomsday.
Hey, welcome to another new one. 3 newer guys were tonight. The other guys left, I think, though. One Bridge 11 asking, "Are you a fan of the Critical Drinker?" I don't know who that is. Matt?
He's a dickhead. No, he's a total dickhead.
Oh, he's a total dickhead, according to Matt. So I don't know him. Ragdoll. He's getting ragdolled. Nice breaking 50. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate it, Nick. Thanks. I think
the Kent's page is winning.
I like the Kents and the Scoops carrying the helicopter the best so far. Ian, okay. I like the Kents and the camera the best. And there was a lot of guys earlier saying a few minutes ago, yeah, I'm liking the camera one a lot. It's my favorite one, you know. Doomsday title was on the top of the page. Thanks, Carl.
Why is it missing from this?
Normally it's because they would have put that on an overlay or a stat. They would have statted the page and just stuck it onto the stat for whatever reason. Probably for sizing reasons, maybe. You know, usually.
It's weird that it's not there.
Yeah. Time to compare with Bane breaking Batman's back.
Is the Bane later? It's later.
Yeah, it's 2 years later or something like that.
So this isn't a tribute to Bane. Yeah. Bane's a reference to this.
Yeah.
Or not, because this is so awful. I don't know why anybody would reference it. Jesus, it's terrible.
They are actually applying art depreciation. We appreciate what we see, but we also critique, positive or negative. I mean, blowing smoke doesn't teach anybody anything, and it just makes worse collectors.
Yeah,
you know. I remember reading the story and liking it. You did, Peter? Wow, this is not
read well. No, it read well.
No, but I would never have thought Peter would be a Superman reader, particularly at this time. So,
I mean, kind of everybody, you kind of couldn't avoid it. I mean, like if you were a regular at a comic shop, they would have like one out of the bag on the counter that you could read, basically. Oh, Jesus.
Oh boy. Make a show where Matt hilariously trashes art.
I don't like to do that, but this is just my natural reaction, and I'm really, really shocked.
Me too, JC.
But I gotta say this too. Like being at the show, like I didn't study that whole collection because I don't care. I walked up to it, looked up, saw that 3-page, saw that one splash, and I was like, oh, and I moved on because none of it really looked that good to me.
The thing is, Carl says. He's telling MLB that love it or hate it, Death of Superman was a historic moment in comics.
Well, it didn't last. It didn't keep.
Oh no, but it's a historic moment in that.
I get that. We said that at the beginning, but
35 years later,
died like a dozen times. It's just that this was the one that got hyped the most. Watch that
Nobody
video
remembers the others.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers this. This was Triangle Era, which was a great time for reading Superman books. So the same title may have appeared in multiple books. Oh, that's true too. That could have been why it's missing at the top. The way this is going,
that would only work. That would only work if he had illustrated all those other books. I think it still would have been. Well, he has all these notes about like lettering bigger. You'd think, and stat down. Yeah, I guess, but you'd think that they would have created a separate stat. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, you may have something there, Robert.
Didn't read when released. Oh, okay. Trade paperback. Me too.
Oh,
me too.
Not me. I never went back to the well.
Exactly. Okay. All right. So let's check the next one, guys, and let's see what happens here. There's not many pieces left. I'm going to tell you right now. We're almost at the end.
Thank God.
Okay, so again, $460,000 here, and the next one is page 21. So we're jumping ahead. Let me quickly see if I can see what was comparable in terms of the sequential. So you had 17, page 17. Then you had page 18 was this one. And then there was, well, that's it for now. Let's just remind ourselves with these 17 and 18. And then this one was, page 3. But now we're going to go to 21. And again, $462,000. So only another $2,000 higher than than this one. This was 460. This one is 462. I don't know what his obsession was with so many of them are extreme close-ups. So all you see are a few different random body parts.
This has the best anatomy we've seen in a while.
Well, the individual arms are fine, yes. But I still don't like the fact that so many of them were such extreme close-ups. It's just like, oh, here's one body part intertwined with another body part, and like I don't know.
They're the best pages. I mean,
I don't know, but the anatomy
so
is pretty good here. Great fingers, hands for Superman. That looked
great. Tribute to Neil Adams again with that weird, lines going outward and stuff. And I mean, you can identify both pretty well. I mean, is this better than that one with the two? I don't know.
Yeah. It's like a sex.
Well, wait. Go back.
To what?
The last comment. Carl's comment. Comic moments don't have to last to be impactful or historic. Well, if they don't last, how are they historic?
Yeah.
Because it ain't the first death of Superman. It's probably not the last.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. Maybe
it's
clarify
a zeitgeist moment, but it's not historic.
Yeah, maybe if there's something you need to clarify about the comment, Carl, please do, because I would definitely say that the only reason it becomes historic, right, is because the moment was impactful. It was so impactful that it had lasting impact, right? That's what makes it ultimately historic.
And they brought him back in 12 months, right?
Yeah. So let's go here. Okay, no, I got that one. This is my favorite, The Killing Blow. That's your favorite, really? Wow. But again, I know that you come from
This is which page? 20 what?
21, I think.
Maybe then what he's saying, maybe that this is actually the punch that kills them, that they kill each other with this, and the rest is like.
Well, that's what he said. It's the killing blow,
or whatever. Right? Yeah, I mean that's within the context of this issue
of the story. Yeah,
this would be the historic, the death blow. Yeah, but again, like, does that matter as much as him, doing the Pieta in Lois's arms, and which is much? I don't know. This is all very underwhelming.
Yeah, again, I really am really disliking that so many of these battle pages were extreme close-ups. It's disappointing to me. Yeah.
This is clearly the artist's strength, is he's better at drawing these.
I don't know. He did a great job with the anatomy here, though. It's nice, but yeah, whatever. The event is what's historic, not the death. Yeah, the entire event, of course.
Oh, the marketing. So we're celebrating marketing events now. Isn't that lovely?
And of course, Mondo, it's the first for a generation of new readers. Yeah, the kids.
Certainly. That's why
you were 12 years old at the time, of course. Yeah.
But I mean, it's also proof that people have no sense of history, nor proportion of history. So, we'll see.
For example, my Jim Lee Psylocke page had lasting historical impact in many boys' pants.
And will continue to do so because it functions as a single serving idea. It operates outside of the continuity of the comic book. This is forever tethered to a marketing ploy.
Okay. We got to get rolling because there's still 4 more pieces. And yeah.
3 rounds, 3 minutes each, and go.
We got to close this out. I don't have to, but I know Matt's probably been here longer than he expected to.
Very much.
The next piece, we're getting away for the second time, just like with the poster. We're getting away from the comic book.
The bag wrap, the bloody S.
For $552,000. So the first one to break the $500,000 mark. Here it is, everybody.
So simple. It's so simple. It looks like it's on vellum.
Yeah.
It's shitty, but it is what it is, I mean,
yeah.
I get why it went for as much as it went for.
I don't, to be honest. Can I let me come here.
It is really, really shitty, but it is what it is.
Oh, I love the design. I always thought the melting bloody
the execution looks really poorly done. Like the brushwork, that you can tell it's on vellum because you can see.
Oh, exactly.
The stroke, the paint stroke. It doesn't look like ink. Yeah. It looks like paint.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's not going to age well. It's got all these terrible fingerprints all over it. God, they didn't clean the fingerprints.
It's just like it's just because it was the logo on to represent, right? It was printed on the plastic bag, right?
Yeah.
To represent, the death. But that's it. It's not like it was a story where, for a few issues, there was a reason for Superman to be wearing a costume with a modified S that was melting and with blood. You know what I mean? Like he never wore it, right? So it's like it's part of the marketing gimmick of it all.
Yeah, it's symbolic. It's symbolic. But in its so to that end, it is a modern piece of symbolist art.
Yeah. I guess
I get it. I understand that that's going to much more likely appeal to someone that owns a $60 million Warhol than anything else that we've seen. And I bet it's a different choice. But someone, I think Marcus posted a comment earlier that went by kind of fast. He's saying that event and historic is the same thing. I mean, I don't want to explain. We'll have a 5-hour show, but let's move on. Yeah, I mean, It makes sense. I would expect this would have gone for $500,000 when you see that the total is 10.2 million. But I don't think anybody thought that any of these were going to go for that kind of money, except maybe the 3-page rollout, which I mean, at best would have gone for what the X-Men cover went for, right?
Look at Marcus. This is the best use of anatomy of the auction.
Amen.
I give up. Peter gives up now. Nice to see the letterer getting some kudos. Should have bought the NFT instead. I get it, but have no care to own this.
Same.
This is almost as frustrating as Akiva Goldsmith's Star Trek.
I'll take your word for it.
Exactly. Okay. I just will say I get and I love symbolism with comic art,
but it's also symbolist art.
But yeah, I love symbolism, but
it's very poorly executed. The piece itself looks like garbage.
I guess it's just like, okay, I know it's going to go for a lot, but you know, $550,000 is a lot, but $250,000 is a lot.
Did they need to do it on vellum? Like, why couldn't that have been done on comic page, on comic board, and look way less shitty?
Yeah. So, okay. So here we go, everybody. The next one is going to be, there was only one that broke into the 500,000 range and stayed there. Then there was only one other that went a single page that went above that. And it wasn't into the 600 range. It was literally less than $3,000 below 800,000. It almost broke 800,000, and it's a classic scene. Yeah, it's page 26. Here we go. It's the one we were talking about, Matt.
The fold-in.
Right. It fits outside of the three other in sequence.
Yeah. Yep.
Check it out, everybody. $797,000. So it's, to me, nicer than any of the battle pages. I will take this over any of the battle pages. But still, my favorites are the camera page and
starring Pia Zadora as Lois Lane. Like the continuity of the illustration is so bad. Like this Superman doesn't look like the Superman on three other pages.
Right,
this Lois Lane doesn't look like any of the other Lois Lane depictions. Yeah.
The consistency, the consistency of the faces in particular, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of one of the things I didn't like about this team on the book anyways, is that, I mean, one thing, if you're going to criticize John Byrne, you could say that everybody's like, you know, like he does that same thing in like a lot of things, but his characters look like different characters. He has like, and you can tell when they're who they are.
No idea. I don't care to guess how many buyers there were, Derek. There's no point in even guessing. We have no data whatsoever to allow us to take a guess. So,
but to his point, this entire book could have sold to, you know, one hedge fund.
Yeah, who knows, right? That's it. We don't know. Who knows? Well, I don't care. Unless they reveal themselves, then I care, right? But there's no way to know why you speculate.
I like this one, but I mean, like
this best one. Yeah,
this is not a hard contest to win. You know, like this, what we've seen so far hasn't been very excellent.
And that's what I'm saying. Although,
good price.
700. Well, he's been saying stupid
shit.
It's Stanley. Yeah. Remember, it's Stanley. But 700. Remember, $800,000, guys. Though, like, yeah. But I guess. See, here's the thing about this.
Is this for his last moment alive?
Well, yeah. See, this is the thing. Do we know?
Until a year later, when, of course, he was alive for the next since then.
But was he still breathing here? Does he, on the next page, does he still
he's
die?
speaking. He's got a word balloon.
Is he? Oh, is that? Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's right. So he's still alive. He's not dead. So it's not the death page, right? Yeah, that would be the triple gatefold thing.
But this is the last living page, maybe. You know, who knows? Because everything has to be articulated in some, like, you know, hyperbolic term to make it worth what someone wants to get for it.
This episode is more like an autopsy.
It really is. I apologize.
Once again, Robert points out.
I also hate the lettering at the top that impedes almost into the page.
Yeah, strict profile again, like exactly turned 180 degrees. You know, it's like, or not.
Although at least that anatomically makes more anatomical sense than a lot of what we've seen.
No, anatomically it's fine. Yeah, whatever. I'm good. I like it.
Except that Lois looks fucking huge.
It's a fine page, but yeah. Jimmy got that shot. Yeah, the images that actually matter start here. Then because there's not many left. Jimmy got a good shot of Lois's back.
Yep, totally.
Right, Marcus, best pages are here on. Stevie Wonder.
Like, turn him 3/4 sideways, Lois. Turn him 3/4 sideways.
Stevie Wonder bought all the pages, says Mondo.
Yeah.
Mickey says, but if you bought just one page, do you care if the faces were not consistent? No, you're buying it for, you're not, that's the thing. You're not, when you just wanted one, it's because you wanted something, because you loved, oh, you remember loving Death of Superman. That's it. That's what the main reason you're buying.
That is a good point. It's just that so many of them are just not good.
That's it, you know.
Yeah.
He never died though. His battery burnt out. His solar charge. Yeah, whatever. We're not getting into that. Mary is huge in Michelangelo's Pieta.
It's like the rest of Superman, because he didn't really die. It wasn't the death of Superman. It was the rest. He was just resting.
First appearance of his last breath. That's a good one.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not Lois. It's Martian Manhunter in disguise. Nice. John loves Clark so much. Okay.
Next.
All right. So let's see. You guys know what's coming up. So we got the 797,000.
Was the interior cover on sale? The one inside the bag?
Interior? What was the interior cover?
Because that's S was the bag, right?
The S was the bag, but was it also published on one of the cardboard covers on the inside or something? Or I don't remember. I don't think so.
But what's next?
All right. So what's next is what most of you will think. So, okay. So clearly this is the interesting thing. I want to get everybody. I want to hear everybody's opinions on this in terms of the price, because what we just saw, or what we're looking at here,
800 grand.
Let's round it up to 800 grand, right? This is 800 grand, single page splash, right? It's historic, whatever. It's an important part. Yet here, and we're going to get covered up, so get ready. But here, right, the more dramatic, and I love this Lois, the drama in Lois is,
where the fuck is his head again?
Emotion. Oh, it's right there. You see all his hair there, dark hair.
What the hell? What?
But it's weird.
You in the zip-a-tone sweater, looking over, like, hey, what's happening over there? Oh yeah, there's this. That's again really weird anatomy. I mean, I guess if he's dead, it makes sense, but
yeah, but
so this is that triple thing with the S flag.
This is the
this
one.
isn't even as nice as I remember. Like, this is silly.
Yeah, well, that's what happens, when you don't look at things for a long time and you look back again and you can critique it with a more critical eye. You realize, oh, it's often never as good as you thought it was.
And Jimmy getting another shot of the back of Lois's head.
Yeah. And we got another newbie coming in tonight. All these Superman fans coming in. Nice. Austin 142. What is up? And Tom said the same thing as you, Matt. Cool, but no head.
I mean, it is there, but yeah, it's just
I
not
see it
very
right
good.
away, but it's weird. Yeah. The S was on a cover too, without blood on alternate cover. Okay. All right. Thanks, Sean. Triple gatefold seems like a great deal for the size and how much art is on it. I agree. That's one of the things I wanted to get your guys' opinions on, because yes, it is 3 times as large. And you can say that, wow, that's a lot larger than, a single splash. I think some people might, to take the other side of that argument, might be like, yeah, but on the previous page, she's cradling her husband, right? She's cradling him.
Image. It's a stronger image.
Stronger image. And I think collectors would say, with a much stronger image on a single piece, that is worth the same thing as a 3 times as larger piece like this, where, if you think about it, only the middle image is really of any value. And it's not as strong as the one we just saw at 800,000.
Now, was there a cover that just had the Superman S like on a stick?
What?
Was there a cover that you see how the S is like a flag on a stick in the ground?
Oh, right.
Who did that all of a sudden? Why did that appear out of the blue while she's still crying? That makes no continuity sense. But didn't that become its own cover?
Yeah, that was the cover to this issue. Yeah, which we're gonna see in a moment.
So how much did this go for? Like $1 million and change?
No. It went for basically the same price. This one sold for a little bit more, 828,000. I would honestly, I don't know. You know what? I'll tell you, Matt. I love the emotion with Lois. I just love her emotion, right? I love that. But aside from that, I would much rather save $31,000 and get myself this.
But that little tiny rectangle square that says Superman is dead is what they bought.
Where's that? What do you mean?
Superman died. Top right. That a Superman died.
Yeah, that a Superman.
That's what they bought. That's what they bought, and they paid the extra 20 grand for it or whatever. I mean, there's a lot going on in this. It's kind of the page that we all remember, even if it's not how we remember it. It's got the S on the flag. You do see his head, even though it's goofy. And
well, look, Mondo's a big fan, and he says the previous page to him seems like a steal compared to the triple.
Not only a $20,000 difference, considering you're already above $800,000.
Yeah.
I think it's Apple. You know, they're pretty close.
Robert loves to point out strictly profile head despite the twisted body.
Yep.
Yeah, this is like, but it's not like 3 covers. That's the thing. If you section them off and you try to enjoy them as individual pieces,
only the middle one works with a little bit. Actually, and that doesn't even work because his head is on the 3rd page. And in the context of itself, it doesn't make that much sense.
But even if we could pretend that, okay, it was drawn with the head still, inside the middle cover. Nobody would really care for the left cover, and nobody would really care for the right cover, because the right cover, the right side, it just has the cape as the flag, right?
Yeah.
Which really did it already became the cover anyways,
Yeah.
But yeah, to me, I ascribe out of the $830,000. To me, 800,000 is the middle part. I don't know. Yeah, the rest of it, if they don't really work well alone. So, yeah. This would be the one to own major wall power here. Well, for some people, yeah, but I don't know. Think about it, Tom.
It's weird to me that this is actually only $20,000 more than the last one.
It's just that because, again, people the first thing most people see in these cases is the size. They're like, "Wow, 3 times the size! Wow, it's huge!" Right? And they're not thinking. But hold on a second. Sure, but does it matter if 2/3 of the giant piece are really insignificant? In other words, isn't it a better, stronger composition and better to focus on and look at the one where she's crying and cradling him in her arms? You see him beautifully, clearly, and you don't have that extraneous stuff on the left and the right that isn't really all that nice looking anyways. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like, I still think that I don't know. I mean, Doomsday is not in this.
In this one, you mean?
Yeah.
I know, but...
So at least in that 3-page thing, it's got everything. It's got dead Doomsday, dead Superman, screaming Lois.
That's why I feel this is one of the examples I was talking about earlier, where I feel that because of that, yes, you could say the pro and the con. The pro that, like what you just said. Oh, it's got Doomsday. And sorry, not this one. Let's show it again. It's got Doomsday, it's got Superman, and it's got Lois.
Quote's blocking Doomsday. Let's kill that.
But it's like if you but it's like if you hold on, what the hell is that damn comment? Jesus, here it is. But it's again, for the most part, it's like your eyes go immediately to Lois here on this piece.
No, I said you're meant to.
And then down. So the left and right, again, there's nothing much there of interest. And so I feel like that the fact that all the extra art is nothing of, there's not much interesting in 2/3 of this.
Yeah.
To me, that's what balances it out with saying, well, I'm okay owning this strong one, the important moment.
Yeah, but at that level, if you've already spent $800,000, why not go the extra 20?
And they did, but that's the thing, Matt. They did, but they clearly thought, I'm only willing to go an extra 20 or 30.
I'll bet you the same person owns both.
Again, we can speculate.
Yeah. But I also think, like, what makes this perhaps better, aside from just the scope of it, is that it has everything on it. It's got Daily Planet. It's got the flag. It's got Doomsday. It's everything that this issue is about on one page.
Right.
The other one is missing a bit. Like it is absent a couple of the elements. Not the least of which are the other superheroes that are crying, as inconsequential as they are. But, the Daily Planet, the Superman, that flag has become, iconically connected to these issues. So I think that this does have the oomph. I think between the two purchasers, if they are different people, this person wisely spent the extra money to get the page that means the most. When you saw them in person, it was definitely more grand. But again, I mean, like, what a lot of money to spend on something that doesn't even matter. That Superman didn't stay dead, and Doomsday is kind of a shitty villain at the end of the day anyways. He's just like a monster. But and half of these pages don't even look like the Doomsday that we all seem to remember, which is bananas. Like, is this an example of what is it? Mandela effect, where we remember it differently because the version that has become part of the pop culture is the more monstrous version.
Yeah. Awesome 142. The auction was at an auction house called Comic Connect. And it was, I believe, on the 12th of this month, 8 days ago. So check it out.
Not Siesta Pieta.
Best value financially, the triple gatefold is what Nick thinks.
Oh, the best value financially is Mom and Pa Kent.
Yeah, I think Mom and Pa Kent for sure for me. I'm with you there, Matt. MLB says 800 grand could buy almost any iconic epic cover from the biggest legendary artists. And that's true. So that makes it's more extra important context that we could add to these prices, right? It's like, holy crap.
It's all stupid. It's beyond stupid, but will only be proven correct if they sell too early.
800 grand could buy a Monet, says Robert.
Not a good one.
But it could still buy one. It could still buy one. Bloodstone icon. I don't know what you mean by that. They're awesome. How much are Monet's Absolute Batman covers? Love it though. Buy Superman, Quintana, Absolute Batman, and stay away from Comic Link. What? No. There's great buys on Comic Link. You go to buy Comic Link to get deals. The only place in the hobby you can still get like deals. Maybe they're confusing as we did Comic Link and Comic Connect. Oh, maybe, yeah. Who cares about the more art if the more art isn't meaningful? Well, that's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of that's why I prefer this one, the single splash. And 800K can get you an eighth of banana taped to a wall. Okay, well, that if you're an idiot, I guess, yeah. You forget the Bloodwind is worth the 20K here.
He's in the left panel of the other page.
The Bristol board size was typical, 11 by 17. So that previous piece with the it's three pieces side by side.
33 by 17, yeah.
Exactly. Gatefold trumps. Bloodwind, not stone. Yeah, Bloodwind. Gotta run, but wanted to say this was an outstanding episode, guys. Matt's a great guest to critique high-end art sales. We think alike. Later, Sean. Thank you, man. That was 5 minutes ago. We missed you. But thanks. Bloodwind. Yep. Night, Sean. Good night, Sean. 800 grand can fill your gas tank 4 or 5 times. Basically, the same amount of money, I feel like I would take the spread. Interesting. Okay. It's them dead and the complete scene.
It is. It's everything that entire issue was about in one piece of artwork.
Yes, there's good points to be made about both. And I gotta say, if I really had to spend the time and think about it more, I could ultimately end up agreeing with that. Because again, my favorite single thing about both pieces together combined is the lively animated action and the acting in Lois of the triple gatefold, the emotion, right? So my favorite part of it is on the triple gatefold. So yeah, for sure. Man, that's like 2 nice houses. Exactly. Depends where you live, obviously, but that's what we're in here. This one makes the most sense to get if I was in the market to spend lottery money.
And I don't know if that's about this page or the other, because who knows when he posted it. But
I love Carl.
Another interesting thing about this is that
ultimately, Carl would rather have $800,000.
Of course. Now, this, I mean, can you even tell that's Lois? Like, this could be
Here?
Lorna. This could be like...
Lois. Yeah, I know that's Lois. I mean, yes, you don't see much of her, but because of the context, you know immediately it's Lois. And that is what she looked like back then. So, yeah, I'm not going to complain about that. And we'll get to the last piece in a second. This would be the centerpiece of any Superman collection. Well, yeah, for a lot of Superman fans, that would be a centerpiece. But don't forget, again, context, Tom, a lot of Superman fans who perhaps were fans of the pre-crisis era and didn't care so much afterwards, or maybe weren't collecting or reading anymore.
I'd rather have that Crisis Supergirl cover.
Yeah, exactly. There's other people out there who I guaranteed would love one of many Superman covers by Neil Adams from the 70s or whatever, And
here's an interesting point to make too. So about what I just said, which is that the Crisis cover with the death of Supergirl, that actually had longer reaching consequence than this whole death of Superman.
Sorry, thing. What had more consequence?
The death of the Crisis had more consequence.
The Crisis. Because
it reset an entire universe. Whereas the death of Superman was just undone by itself. Like, oops. Like, it was within the return of Superman was in the same continuity as the death of Superman, which meant that in continuity, this meant nothing. Whereas at least the death of Supergirl was part of the consequential end of 50 years of comic books. This was the end of 3 years or 4 years of comic books. I'd rather the death of Flash.
And that was
the cover of that Crisis comic book, than any of these. And I could give a shit about the Flash.
He's died many, many times. Awesome one, many, many times. But I mean, this was the most significant one. So the other ones, nobody cares. They were fantasy stories or whatever.
Yeah. And apparently, this wasn't. It wasn't, but yeah.
So Kent's were the best value.
Yeah, totally.
JC, have a good one. I know you're gone, but have a good one. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Did Nick say that he bought both $800,000 pieces?
No.
He didn't buy that? Who said that?
But he is saying that the Maupac Ken was his personal favorite.
Yeah, I think it was the best bargain too.
Yeah, best bargain. How many Absolute Superman don't get no love? I love the what's his name, the artist on Absolute Superman. I like his art a lot, but the stories, there's nothing happening in that title, man. 800K buys nice 8-unit complex. You can rent and get nice payments monthly. Yeah. We know.
Yeah, but then you got to live someplace where 8 units are $100,000 each. I don't know where that is.
Peter says if they are flipped within the next couple of years, they will be prime examples for the Insanity or Gold shows. We know. Of course we know. We'll see. We'll see which ones they may fall into. But honestly, guys, my gut feeling is, other than like what Matt was saying, that maybe you guys can see 1 or 2 pages come out in the next year or two, I wouldn't be shocked if that happened. But I'm more inclined to believe that I don't expect to see any of them come out for a long time. Yeah.
And I'm going to strongly disagree with what MLB just said there.
Yeah, what did he say on this one?
He's saying that the dealer art drops are the best deals?
No.
A lot of those dealer art drops, the pieces dive bomb in value.
It depends which artists the art drop was for, right? That's not really a statement.
But I mean, also auctions, I continually get great deals at auctions.
Buy Quintana. Stay away from Comic Link.
I've known Dan for 12, 15 years.
Have you?
Yeah.
By the way, is he an actual resident of Las Vegas?
No, he lives in LA.
Oh, he's in LA. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. He's an LA guy. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I see independents selling their art in the same time or shortly after book release sometimes. Yep, that's what people want to make money, dude. So they sell it fast. They needed a mother box badly. This page looks like Lois had buff legs and doing squats with Clark's body.
Yeah, because it looks like it's her instead of his.
Yeah.
Which is like a weird, like spread eagle. I don't know. It's
look at this. Buy from Felix. Hold for at least 6 months, ideally a year. Sell on Comic Link for a huge profit. I guess that's what he's been seeing some people doing with Felix's artists. I've seen that. I've seen Felix artists pop up on Comic Link.
Yeah, for less, not more.
Night, Yevgeny. Yeah, 800K would bring those Adams covers out for sure. You can imagine you can get
3.
You can get a collection of Adams Superman covers for $800,000. Crisis led to other crisis and the whole Monitor, anti-Monitor stories. Yep, he didn't deny it. Who didn't deny what? Yes, buy the art drops, avoid the auctions. Auctions do. I mean,
is that a Felix burner account? Is that's what's happening right now?
Auctions are the best way to buy, period. I don't know about that, but the trend over the last 10 years absolutely has been that most of the hobby has prioritized auction buying over direct sale buying on dealer websites or even collector to collector.
But I'll tell you, if something sits on a dealer website for 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, your leverage goes way up of paying less than what they have it marked.
Say that again, Matt.
That if something is on a dealer's website and it goes unsold for 6, 7, 8, 9 months, your leverage as a buyer goes way up in paying them.
Yeah.
You know, auctions aren't reverse auctions.
Yeah. That's it. It's they rule out. They most of the money, it goes there first. You know, the dealers and collectors, yeah, they're a far second after all the auctions now. So, okay, last one. We know what this is. Obviously, it's the cover, folks. So the record interiors again was the 828,000. Although I would argue that because that's 3 pieces, 3 story pages together, I would think the one we're looking at, this one is kind of like, you know, the most expensive, you know, single page, 797,000. But then, I
mean, somebody could split that into 3 pages, you know, and sell it. I mean, stranger things have happened.
You never know. But yeah, the last one, guys, is this. What do you guys all think? Given what we've seen on these prices of the interiors, what does everybody think about this at $1,875,000? Okay. So it's for context, it is like literally this page we're looking at here, plus more than $1 million above it. But it's a cover, although there's not much on the cover. It's more, again, about the symbolism.
That it's the cover.
Yeah, check it out. Symbolic, right? The whole flag, the torn flag representing.
That's why I think that 3-page fold out becomes more demand than that other 1 page because it has this.
And so what do you think, Matt? What do you think, given what all these interiors sold for?
Dude, Superman's not even on.
What do you think about, not what you thought it was going to go for? I'm saying now that
I wouldn't have imagined in a million years that these would have gone for that much money.
Okay, and does that include the cover as well?
Although I gotta say this, that considering what prices have been over the last year and a half, I'm a little surprised that the 3-page fold out didn't go for $1 million, and I'm surprised that this went for $1.8 million. Like that they should have been closer.
Interesting.
That $1 million a piece for these would have made more sense, and then that $550 for the single panel fold in would have made sense, because honestly, that means it's worth more than its weight, right? Like it's worth more than 1/3 of that other thing, and about half of the cover I think would have made sense if this were $1 million. And the fact that the prices seem to be all over the place is really weird. But I mean, most of the pages are not very good.
Yeah.
And this doesn't have Superman on it except for the balloon box, the price box. We know what it is. It says Death of Superman. Are you someone paid $1 million more for those words and that? And again, this was released in a version where it was on the newsstand without the bag, so it's consequential. But mostly people know that black S more than they know this.
Yeah.
It's just, but as a piece of artwork, that other thing is just grim. Just
I'm I'm curious. I'm going to show you guys something. Okay. I'm curious, Matt, and everybody else. Let me know. Hold on. Fred did a 25 most iconic cover stream, and this one was second behind X-Men 1 cover, voted by the chat. Yeah, I guess it goes to show. It doesn't mean it's
accounting for taste.
But no, it what we're saying, think about it though, Matt. Words have meanings, right? Just because look what he said. Iconic doesn't mean it's the best cover. Iconic, the thoughts it might evoke of a time, of the event, right? Iconic, right? So that's different than like, oh, the greatest covers of all time.
Sure. Yeah.
You know,
although again, it's bullshit words. What does it mean? I mean, some people think that Wolverine comic with the Hulk on it's iconic. I think it's dog shit. So like, I mean, iconic. It's just another word for people that don't know anything to throw around. Like what kind of art background does this person have that made this list? Like what makes something iconic? Like that, is it consensus? I mean, the chat seems to agree. So if they're going off of a chat, and who knows if it's 20,000 people in a chat or if it's 20 people in a chat of that small, whatever size group thinks. I think that, you have the People's Choice Awards and then you have the Oscars, and they don't always pick the same thing, right? Like, and frequently you would say that the People's Choice awards not very good stuff, just like popular stuff. And you might say that the Oscars at their worst, they pander to popularity, and at their worst in the other direction, they pick something that is so completely divested from popular opinion that people think that the show is a joke. So somewhere in the middle is a happy medium. But I think if you're going to judge things, you have to look at who's judging them and why. And what we're looking at is people with money judging what they want to spend their money on. And they've chosen to spend their money on these things. And we can laugh at them if they sell them later for less money. But if they sell them later for a lot more money, they look like geniuses. So, it depends on what your criteria is that you're judging things for, and how much heft you give one person's opinion versus another.
All right. Let me end with this question, everybody. Given that we know this is 1,875,000, what would you guys think at this point? I'm going to show you a recreation. It's not the actual cover. Recreation of the cover, which, because somebody said this is the most iconic cover, whatever. But in terms of this whole Superman death storyline, I gotta say, just because this one's kind of, yes, it's got that symbolism, which I love, but it's also at the same time quite boring, wouldn't you say? And because of that, I'll tell you, when I think Death of Superman, the cover that most pops into my head right away, it's not this one.
It's the next one.
This one.
Yeah.
Right? You
Penal
too?
for Friend number one. I agree with you. I think it's a much better cover in so many ways.
Yeah. Again, guys, you're looking at a recreation.
This is a recreation, but yeah.
In recreation, but
stronger imagery.
Tell me, what do you think this would sell for, given that you now know Superman 75 was 1.875 million? I'm just curious, because I don't even have an opinion. I have no idea. I just all I know is that I like this one much more. It doesn't mean it's going to be worth more, but I'm curious to see where people would, you know, put it in terms of, you know, well, if that one's 1.875, I think this one should be around this much, you know?
I mean, it depends on whether or not the hobby sees this as the first page of Hulk 182.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, except that I think that this is in the zeitgeist a more important cover than the S and a more important cover than the flag. I think that triple page fold out to me is much better than that cover.
Right.
You know, and it's what, $1 million less?
Yeah.
So who knows? I mean, like, a fool and their money are easily separated.
Yeah, for sure. You don't remember this one. Jesus.
It's the very next issue. And actually, the first page of this issue is a better page than most of the pages we looked at.
Yeah. Well, at least we got one person, Nick, saying 200 to 300K. Not even close. So after seeing all of these prices, what do you think the top 3 deals were, and which would you buy if you were in the market?
Ma Kent, absolutely.
Kent is the bargain of the book. After seeing everything, my favorites that I don't know. It depends on what you're, you know, how are we doing this? If they all had no value, I think I'd like to just own Ma and Pa Kent, the camera page. I really dig it. And I don't know. Yeah, the cradling, either the cradling or the triple gatefold. But since I can't put the triple gatefold in a portfolio, no, I made up my mind. I will take the single. I'll take it on
your wall with UV glass. Clearly,
I know, but I don't like it enough to want to have to frame it in custom frame that one. Yeah,
I think if you've got $1.8 million, you'll spend $500 framing it. You know?
Oh, of course. Well, although except for the people that did buy these things, I believe it's again investment more than anything. I don't think anybody's really, or most likely not, framing and hanging. I think it's being put away in safes or whatever, you know.
And what Mickey's saying, I get where you're coming from, but I mean, like, rather than own that cover, I'd rather own that triple page fold out, which has that imagery with everything else. And that given that versus just the flag with no context and the Superman logo versus actually dead Superman, you know, I think I'd rather have dead Superman. But I mean, to each their own.
Yeah, for sure.
It's everybody's point. I think that the hype was that it was from that issue, the death of Superman, and that's why it was marketed as such. But I mean, if there's enough money behind marketing, if they were to sell certain pages from that next issue, and there was enough of a push behind it, it could obviously hit more money. You put it on Golden could get $2 million for that cover because he's better at it, you know, than Heritage is. So you got to take those things into consideration too. How many eyes are on the auction? I like I say, I don't think any of it's really that important in the grand scheme of things.
Ian would rather have the 3-page fold out and a Ferrari than the cover.
Sure. Fucking
all right.
64 Daytona.
Everybody, thank you so much for tuning into this one. It was great. Matt, of course, you awesome. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you.
Awesome. Great job.
Thank you, chat.
Sorry?
I said thank you, chat.
Oh, yes, thank you, chat. Everybody, of course, yes, as always. Don't forget to check out Nicky B on Friday. Okay, he's gonna have some great stuff for sale. He's gonna be doing a lot of giveaways. So if you are the type to like to get free stuff, go to the EXP on here on YouTube. The original art experience. If you want to put a search in on Friday, 7:00 Eastern, 4:00 Pacific. Thank you, everybody. Hold on. Awesome. One more for you, Awesome. I had a coworker with a Ferrari, and he had more photos of it in his locker than any girlfriend. Ciao. Thank you, Tom. Tom says it was a great show. Thank you. Appreciate it. Great show also from MLB. You two should do this once a month. Hey, he knows about this. I'm not going to touch that one. Matt's a busy guy. What can I say? And he's got to go to sleep. Always fun. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. And wait, no to a Lamborghini. Yeah, these cars will go down in value. The art will still.
Ferrari will decrease less and possibly increase in value. Lamborghini decreases by like 1/5 of its value the second you drive it off the lot.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it, man. Scott, see you, man. Thank you. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Ian.
And the Rickster, awesome show. Thank you, man. Good night and catch you next week. So Matt loves 90s.
Vertigo, more than anything. 90s, absolutely.
Good alone, but amazing together. Thank you. Appreciate that. Another almost 5 hours. Yeah, shocking. Guys, I honestly thought even, okay, obviously I knew it was going to turn a lot longer when Matt was willing to come in, but even by myself, if I had done it by myself, I expected it would only go like 1 hour. And I thought, oh, if I do it with Matt, okay, maybe it'll go 2.5. You know, we both talk a lot, but wow. Everybody had a lot to say. It's you never know how these things go, but
there were great opinions. There was a lot of great,
exactly. A lot of great commentary by everybody, right? Can you do the top 10? No, the top 10 cap picks each week. Yeah, we'll start doing the same exact thing they do on that channel. Yeah, just to piss them off. Peace, dude. Went fast. That's it. It does tend to go fast if you're enjoying it.
Piss them off to enrich the value of the site.
What's that again?
And if we were to do our own top 10, it would not be to piss off the powers that be.
All right.
It would be to enrich the value of the site.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Have a good one, Nick. Thank you. Seems to have gone fast. Exactly. It was freaky. Someone should check in on how Carl's doing. Yes. Thank you. So thanks again, everybody. Have a great one. Catch Nikki, and then please don't know what I'll do next week. Another hangout, I'm sure. And you never know. You never know, as you guys can see tonight. You never know when Matt will make an appearance. I'm not trying to tease you that he's coming back next week, but you never know. But thank you. In all seriousness, everybody, thank you a lot. It was a lot of fun. And have a great week. Enjoy the weather. It's getting better. And we'll catch you all next week. Go Blue.